Hello, everybody. Welcome to Political Football. My name is Dave. I'm here with Ben V, joining the show for the first time. Hopefully, Clev will be joining us here soon once he gets done with real life. Ben, welcome to Political Football. I know you've been listening for a long time. How does it feel to finally be here on the show, sharing some takes?
Thanks, Dave. I didn't realize you had such a sweet montage for each of you, Cleve and Scott. I don't get any cool, intro thing or whatever. I gotta cook something up. I don't have any Barry Sanders highlights to interplay with my face, but I could figure something out. The Jets don't produce a ton of highlights though, so it might just be
That's very true. So,
bunch of Curtis Martin 4-yard runs, and then me just keeping it simple. That's all we're doing.
It'll be a highlight package of Blair Thomas fumbling your head.
Of like Chad Pennington throwing the slowest out route you've ever seen, somehow not getting picked off and then getting picked off. But no, hey man, I would have been watching anyway. So you were like, you want to come on the show? I was like, dude, yeah, why not?
Yeah, absolutely.
Once you put your 1-year-old daughter to bed, the whole night is just your oyster. So I mean, we're living large here. Might stay up till like 10.
Yeah, it's so funny. So you're a Jets fan, just like Cleve. However, Cleve is a grandfather. And so he makes references to like Mark Gastineau, and then you talk about Chad Pennington. So it's very interesting to have this like generational gap here.
Most people are Jets fans because their dad made them be a Jets fan. And so literally every year, me and my dad like threaten to quit on the Jets, but then we don't do it because we don't want to quit on each other. But truly, it's just like, it's just proof that like anybody can turn any franchise around, that the Knicks are in the playoffs multiple years in a row now. So it's like teams like the Jets just have no excuse. And like the Lions figured it out. If you had told me that 10 years ago, I'd be like, you're smoking crack. The Lions are never going to be in the playoffs. And they didn't want to be in the playoffs for too long last year, but they did make it.
I mean, very, very true. So Liam is here in the chat. He says, "Sup, guys? Sorry, I haven't been on the stream much. I have football practice at the time y'all stream. I mean, I thought this was the future. Stream the show in like your Google visor in the football helmet, right?" And Liam does have the link, so he'll be joining us around the time the Chargers pick. And he said previously that he wanted the Chargers to take Kenneth Grant from the University of Michigan. We're both Michigan fans, so we'd be fine with that.
A place we know well. Yeah, I mean, you brought me on here to talk about the Jets and Michigan because there's not enough of that happens on this show. So if anybody can't think of a random Michigan player between me and you, then they just didn't exist. I don't think.
All right, so. Before we get started here, I'm going to go over my bets that I have this year, the amount that I bet, the amount that I stand to win. I'm always open about this every single year. Last year, I did go over for the first time ever. I actually lost every single one of my bets last year.
Can't do worse then, man. So, this year's going to be great.
Yeah. Now, I didn't put these in any sort of particular order. And the odds that are listed are the odds at the time I bet them, not their current odds, right? Some of the odds got a lot better. Some got a lot worse. So we'll see what we can do here. So first on FanDuel, their markets in Maryland were horrible to like the last 4 days. So I didn't get a lot of action down on FanDuel. We got Jalen Walker to be a top 5 pick. Scott has been saying for 3 weeks consistently that the Patriots prefer Walker over Will Campbell at 4, even though everybody else is saying Will Campbell. And I trust Scott so much, I put $10 American on it.
That a babe.
Yeah. So that's a 2-unit bet for me. Jackson Dart to be the number 1 overall pick. I might have made that bet a couple months ago.
I mean, look, I'm sure you can't do this, but my prediction, if I have any sort of prediction for this evening and this whole draft, is it's going to be really hard for Ole Miss fans. Like, they're just going to be watching so many highlights of sick defensive players who are all at Ole Miss at the same time. And they're just going to be like, how did we lose? Like, they went like 10-3 or something last year. Like,
yes,
literally, how did that happen? And then they're going to get through that. They're going to get to like night 2 or 3 or whatever, unless Jackson Dart is earlier. And then they're gonna have to watch all the Jackson Dart highlights and be like, literally, what is wrong with us? They just, that would be my prediction. Is there's gonna be Ole Miss fans who just drink themselves to death watching all these highlights of just every single sick defensive player. They couldn't do shit.
They'll stick through it on day one as they watch the Jackson Dart highlights. And then when Trey Harris goes early tomorrow, that'll be the breaking point. Let's watch all the same highlights over again for the guy catching the ball. And that'll be what does them in. I've got the top 5 in order. Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Jalen Walker, Ashton Jeanty. I got that at 19-1 a couple days ago. I really don't want Jeanty to go at 5. I would have loved it if he either went 3rd for my money or like 14th.
Is Jeanty at 5 the Jags or the Jags trading with someone really stupid?
I gotta assume it's the Jags trading because they only recently started talking about how they want Jeanty. Obviously, teams need to jump the Raiders to get them, so they have to make it think like, oh, well, we'll just take them if you don't deal with us, because I'm sure they're happy to trade back. Most likely trade partner would be the Bears.
Makes sense.
To come up. The Cowboys definitely fit the we like to make bad decisions model to maybe come from 12 to 5. But the team that I think would actually try to really go for it would be the Broncos.
That'd be fun.
I think the Broncos trying to go from 20 to 5. This year's 1st, this year's 2nd, next year's 2nd, next year's 5th, and try
It's a lot for just a few slots, but I mean, yeah, I think it'd be more fun for it to be a team that's like actually close and is just like, let's just get this freak show playmaker and let's add that to our already kind of good mix and see where we're at. Like if a Broncos to Texans level team was like, you know what, let's just do it. That would be fun. I mean, the Bears could be too, but like, I don't know. They need a lot more than just one dude. So,
but do they? They already had a top 10 defense last year. They've addressed the offensive line. They've got DJ Moore and Rumo Dunze. They've got the quarterback. Like, I think that the Bears are just sort of hamstrung by being in such a tough division. If they were the NFC South, they'd already be looking at them winning 11 games. So I could see where the Bears might think, like, we're actually in a win-now situation. We got our coach. Let's do it.
I think that might be the greatest chasm between, if it's true, people running the team and fans of the team being like, yes, no, we're in a win now. We know what we're doing. We have a plan. Talk to literally any Bears fan. They're like, I hate this. This is just, we got Caleb and somehow there was a better dude after. Like, just what is going on? I think the entire season for the Bears was summed up by them screwing up that late clock situation with the Lions. Just like, yes, what are we, like an 8th grader playing Madden would do better with this. So coaching change maybe helps, but who knows?
Remember, that also isn't even their most embarrassing loss. The
Hail Mary it was not
passed on was the most embarrassing for them. So on DraftKings, I have a lot more bets down over there because they had good markets going for the last couple months. Rams first player to be a quarterback. If they won't do it if they have to trade up. And I think that they could be likely trade out candidates with somebody else who wants to come up for a quarterback. But if they have a good grade on one of these guys, they can just take them and be like, you're sitting behind Matt Stafford this year. We'll see you next year.
Stafford,
and nobody's going to
37. That's fine.
Yes, yeah. He was born in 88. Yeah, he's 37.
Well, I was born in 89, which is why I have wired in headphones. So, there's nothing wrong with being born in the 80s, as you know, Dave. It's just maybe he's not going to win another Super Bowl.
Yeah, well, Clev isn't here yet because he's trying to get his telegraph machine connected to the Wi-Fi to figure out how to join.
I have one kid. I can only imagine how hard it is having grandkids. So you know what? You figure your stuff out. I bet it's busy.
Falcons first player to be a wide receiver. 18-1. Now, since I got that bet, that's actually gone the other way. They seem like they're really going to take defense. But I think Matthew Gold is actually a really good fit for them. If he's there, I think they should look at him. But yeah, so I got them 18-1. Commanders' first player to be a running back. In my final mock I did today, I actually have them taking Omari and Hampton in the first round. And if not, I think they'll just take Travion Henderson.
Travion Henderson in the first round?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Do you?
Yeah, I think there's a really good chance Trey Henderson goes in the first round.
How much better do you think Travion Henderson is than Quinshon Judkins? I honestly had a hard time telling them apart.
A lot. Travion Henderson is faster, plays in the passing game, and he is a Mike Hart level pass blocker.
I guess I'm biased because I can only just imagine the one play of Sainer still just rocking his shit in 2023. So I'm sure he did more than that. He did more than that in his career, but that's really where I'm coming from. So
yeah, no, Henderson is I think Quinshon Judkins is a slightly better David Montgomery. Travion Henderson is a slightly worse Alvin Kamara.
Okay, I would take that.
So, but
especially if I'm the Commanders,
like that,
you're already good. Yeah.
And you're looking Commanders, you take Travion Henderson, Brian Robinson's your Montgomery, Henderson's your Gibbs. That's kind
so
of
Dave. Looking at a few of these now with this one and the next one, are you team draft a running back in the first round now? Have you just like converted fully?
No, in fact, I do not think that any of these running backs besides GT belong in the first round. But I don't bet on what I think. I don't bet on what I would do. I have to bet on what I think is going to happen.
Sure.
Given with the odds that I've been given. So, no, I think it's insane to take a running back in the first round unless it's a truly elite prospect like Ashton GT, who should still probably go in the 20s. But
listen, Dave, I know it's just a fun bit of, I think, probably every friendship you have of people just trolling you for that opinion you have, which is a very good one. But then like the fact that Derrick Henry just became Thor last year and Saquon Barkley may be actually able to fly, but like, yeah, other than those two guys.
Derrick Henry, second round pick. Saquon Barkley, great player for the team that took him second overall. Team didn't do anything, won a Super Bowl with a rival.
Derrick Henry, though, old running back. So with the logic of you can't pay these guys late in their career, if you spend $1 million a day on your body like Derrick Henry and you have like a Darth Vader chamber that you sleep in, you probably can extend your life a little bit longer. But yeah, I mean, not even that, just like, I mean, the entire reason my fantasy team was good at all last year was Jahmyr Gibbs. So, I mean, it does happen. And if you're good and you're like win now, then I agree with you about the whoever would trade up for Genty. Like if you're in go for it mode, like, yeah, go get this absolute freak show of a dude and then let's try now.
And bad teams should want to trade down. Bad teams should want to acquire capital. And the Chiefs should be like, we'll give you our next 3 first-round picks for GT.
I do have a question for you about, let's just say the number 1 pick. Should you ever draft number 1 overall, or should you always trade the pick for like 10 third rounders? Like if you suck so bad that you're drafting number 1, don't you need like 10 players? Like there's no way one guy's going to help.
I think the number 1 overall pick should always be a quarterback. And so if you don't need a quarterback, you shouldn't be drafting there.
Yeah.
So like Jacksonville shouldn't have drafted Trayvon Walker first overall. They should have moved out of that pick.
That is correct.
To somebody who would have needed a quarterback. Other than that, yeah, because somebody should want a quarterback. So there should be a willing trade partner in that scenario.
Right.
But I don't think you should trade back too far because I do think there's a huge steep drop off in talent most years. Usually it's around like pick 8. This year it's pick 3. 3 plus GT, I guess. So, but yeah, the first overall pick, generally you need a quarterback, and that's what you should do there.
And if you manage to if you manage to have a good quarterback and still suck so bad that you're the worst team in the league, then like I don't even know what to do with you. Like that's a rough situation.
You could Well, don't forget. So Peyton Manning's rookie year, they go 3-13, pick 4th, take Edgerrin James that following year. Stafford's rookie year, the Lions win 3 games, pick 2nd, taking Ndamukong Suh. So if you have a young quarterback who's just coming in and you're not very good, you could be in a position kind of similar to that.
You know why I remember when Edgerrin James was drafted, Dave? It's because I was born in 1989, and I am old enough to remember when Edgerrin James was young and cool and fun. And now I'm terrified to Google how old he is. I'm not gonna do it.
Well, he would have been born in what, 78? So he's 5 years older than me, so he's 47.
God, please don't do it.
Edgerrin James, Hall of Fame running back. Best thing about his career, the Colts were set to play a preseason game in Tokyo. He told the owner, "I'm not going to Tokyo. The closest I'm getting to Tokyo is Benihana."
He did say that. I do remember that. That was awesome.
Incredible line. Incredible line.
I remember there was one of the Maddens where they did like fake radio in it. You could listen to some fake radio show about guys on your team. And there was one that was like a pre-recorded interview with Edgerrin James. And it was just him talking about doing ab workouts, how he hated doing ab workouts. He liked doing curls and stuff more, but he was like, I got to do my abs too. And it was just like, I can't imagine like whatever sound tech is just recording this fake interview with Edgerrin James talking about how he hates doing ab day. And I'm like, that guy's probably like, I did Hamlet in college, man. Like, why is this my job? But I listened to it a lot because I played too many video games.
It was probably Stephen Miller. That's how he got how he is.
I mean, listen, that guy. Some people get bullied, and some people don't get bullied enough.
Yeah, I knew he went to Duke before I knew he went to Duke.
Yeah.
Jake's first player to be a cornerback. That's them in a trade down scenario. I don't think they just take Jahdae Barron at 5, although I did make that bet as well, just in case. Bill's first player to be a wide receiver at 15-1 is a bet I actually really like, and I'm kind of counting on to be able to afford food this week. So really need that one to come through. Browns to take Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders. I got 8.5-1. It's now 3-1.
Dave, where did you have on your betting Roger Goodell coming out on a bicycle? And Lil Wayne? Oh my God, what's going on?
Okay, so we got Roger Goodell, Lil Wayne, Clay Matthews Jr.
Packers legends all. Oh, let's go. I'm here for the shtick. I mean, they got to ham it up with like the Packers crowd, but I mean, Lil Wayne, okay. Was Katy Perry not? Was she still coming down from? She still doesn't have her land legs back.
Can you get like, what's that called? Oh, the bends. Can you get like the reverse bends if you land on the earth too fast?
That'd be fun. Who knows? You know, I mean, that's the experiment they should have been doing. They were only up there for 5 minutes.
Cover Zero Cleve is here in disguise. Because on the one hand, here's what people know he's a Jets fan. On the other hand, he has the hat.
Cleve, you're
muted.
I have never had the opportunity to meet you before, but you are my favorite person on this show. So I am looking forward to hearing you and I lose our shit when the Jets break our hearts again. That'll be happening in about 45 minutes. So can't wait.
And Cleve, you're really playing with the boomer thing here. I can't even unmute you because your mic is not connected.
Further underscoring why my favorite.
Yeah, it is. It is not the little icon down here on your name. There just ain't nothing. You are disconnected, sir. Your words are going into the ether.
They're going somewhere.
Oh, we'll bring them back once we get them straightened out here.
Oh, good.
So first of all, I like Ben saying that his focus is the Pistons game. I will not be awake for the Lions pick. Thank you for your support, sir. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Don is in the chat. What's up, everybody? Who's ready for some football? I am.
Who's ready for some Ole Miss highlights? Let's go.
Emma wants to know where Scott is. Scott's working his real job. Cleve, your mic is still muted, I think. Let's see here. Indeed, it is. It's still saying it's not connected. Now you've chosen it yourself. Oh, I think we got him.
Hey.
Cleve.
Yo.
All right. So let's see here. Mike's in here. When is Jack Tuttle getting picked? Late first round.
Delightful. That's wonderful.
And let's see what we got down here.
So
All right.
I'm looking at a spreadsheet here. What you guys got going on here?
Those are my bets. Some of them. And I apologize. The comments were hidden behind the spreadsheet I was looking at because I only have one monitor. So let me scroll down here to some other good ones. We got Colson Loveland to be the first tight end at 5-1.
We'd love to see it.
Buka to be the second wide receiver, 7-1. That's dead. And that does not count Hunter. Hunter's a DB for these. Giants to take Ashton Gene T, 40-1. That's a Scott special right there if that hits.
I mean, run it back. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that would be good. Let me see. Who else I got here? Oh, Jalen Milroe to be second quarterback taken at 10-1. And then we get to some of my favorites down here. Where's Jalen Milroe to be the 7th overall pick? 75-1. That's another Scott special there, Cleve. That's Milroe to your Jets.
Wow. I don't know how you feel about that, man.
I mean,
I think it'd be a disaster.
Are we pretending that Milroe is like should even be there for day one? All I ever saw in college was this guy just get cooked. Like I don't think he knows. I don't think he can read a playbook. Like Nick Saban couldn't make him understand how to throw an out route. So I don't know. What are we doing?
Yeah, you are a Jets fan. Thank you.
That's correct.
Yeah. I decided we'll have 2 Jets fans on the show tonight. I thought that would be the way to go. Then Kelvin Banks to be the number 7 pick at 7-1. I actually like that. I actually think that is who the Jets are going to take, assuming he's there. The Raiders don't take him. So getting 7-1, I got that today at 7-1. So I was very excited for that. And then 45-1, top 3, Ward, Hunter, Carter, then Will Campbell at 4, and then Tet McMillan at 5, most likely to the Jags. So that's kind of what I need to get that. We'll come back. I'll check in on that periodically as the draft goes along here.
Beautiful.
There we go. So, Cleve, you are wearing your sunglasses at night. Is this a Corey Hart throwback, or do you want to explain to Ben who Corey Hart is?
First off, the pollen in this area, Dave. Pollen is ridiculous. So I don't know if
insane.
Yeah, it's insane. So my eyes look like I've been on a heater in Vegas. Hey Don, Don's in the chat. Hey Don. Yeah. So that explains the shades for the most part.
Man. You need no justification for your choices. That's totally fine. I have worn far more foolish things during draft night as a Jets fan. I actually had a Matt Leinart jersey in high school because I was that cool of a loser, and I thought if I wore it the night of the draft, they would totally draft him. And then they drafted DeBrickashaw Ferguson, and I was like, I hate football. And that was like 20 years ago, and I'm still here. So,
and it was a great pick.
Wow,
it was a great pick. Matt Leinart sucked. I don't know why I had that jersey.
I don't know how
it made no sense.
I don't know how old you are, Ben. I don't know how old you are, Ben, but I survived the years of Blair Thomas fumbling. He just fumbled just now. Going to the refrigerator. He just fumbled.
Ben is 6 years younger than I am.
Oh wow!
And he has a 1-year-old daughter. Yes,
I'm rarely.
My daughter's.
Yeah. Hey man,
1-year-old. Wow! Welcome to the club, man.
It is a club.
My daughter's 30.
I appreciate it.
My daughter's 30 years old.
We had my daughter's not old enough for it. But today was bring your kid to work day. So everybody else at my office was like, doing like an Easter egg hunt or whatever with their kids. And it was fun. It was like, I don't know, you're like coming out of a conference where everybody's just like all pissed off about the fate of America. And then there's like, oh, well, that girl has like 3 Easter eggs. Good for her. Like somebody's having a good day. All right.
That's awesome.
Now she has to include the Easter eggs on her email to Elon about the 5 things she did this week, but she at least had a good time while she was getting them.
What's really sad
Too
is
soon.
other places I've worked, like private companies I've worked at. If you actually made everybody say there were 5 things they did that week and write that, I don't think most of them could do it. Honestly, I think like the fifth one, it would be a stretch. It'd be continued doing something, and you're like, nah, it says you put that in last week. I don't know if that was, but yeah, no, it's rough out here. We're collecting as many stories of people who've been laid off, screwed over, had their program cut as we can, and we're trying to get as many of those storytellers together to like just go on camera, talk about their experience. And unfortunately, all the outreach we're doing is people coming back with like, yes, I want to tell my story. Let me help. And it's, it's like an 80% response rate of me just emailing people out into the ether. If this was like sales, if this was like outbound sales, I'd be rolling it right now with this response rates on these just cold leads. But yeah. And they're all over, not just the DMV. I mean, it's like, I never knew Kansas City is a huge federal hub, and I knew about Atlanta and other places like that, but it's not just DC. But that's enough work, Dave. Let's talk about why. Let's talk about why.
Well, my question was going to be, the only person who I think who could possibly be worse at their job than Donald Trump might be Adam Gase.
or Robert.
That's how you got to do the presser.
The moment Roger's leg exploded, the cut to Salah's face of just like, I'm totally getting fired. Like that is like just one of the best moments of realizing like, oh my God, I don't have a plan B. Like I'm so screwed. It was like, yeah, it's actually going to be fine. But, yeah.
We've survived, Ben. We've survived the napkin. I quit. Belichick and the Richie coat tight ears.
This is correct.
Yeah,
this is correct. But let's talk about a happy team.
The only person who never looked cool.
No, never did. But I mean, the Lions.
He had a great starter jacket. He had a great starter jacket.
That's true. Yeah, actually, the Jets' '90s gear was pretty
yeah,
sick.
It was pretty tits.
Yeah. Oh man.
The pick is in for the Titans. It's going to be Cam Ward. You would have to bet $20,000 to $100 on this pick, Cleve.
Wow. I mean,
so anyways, Don, I put all my XRP on this to get another $100. Hope there's no surprises. All right, here we go. They're going to make it official here. It's going to be Cam Ward. He's going to shake hands. I only saw a couple of the outfits earlier, though. I was like seeing the suits they decided to wear.
He was looking pretty solid. He's got a pretty solid choice. Can we ask the more important question, though, is he actually going to be good?
Probably not.
Talk about Cam Ward?
Yeah.
He's going to find out really quick that the NFL is everyone's All-American.
Yeah.
Real quick. When the pocket breaks down and he takes off and, he's trying to get those throws across the field, he's going to find out real quick that doesn't work in the NFL.
Because, I mean, his raw numbers are outstanding from college. But, there's guys like that every year.
He's got an arm,
too. There's somebody who does that every year. There's always a guy who threw the most touchdowns the year before. But, like, I don't know. I kind of feel like there's a Cam Ward in every draft, which, again, Dave, is like the whole point of if you're picking number 1 and you're so bad, like, don't you just need like 10 guys like this? I don't know. There's a lot of reasons I'm not a GM.
I used to think that, but the upside of hitting on a quarterback on a rookie contract is so valuable.
Very true.
You have to take that swing. And when you're in a position to pick which quarterback you want, is a very powerful position to be in. And they just have to take it. I mean, Cam Ward is worthy of a top half of the first round selection as a quarterback. So in this draft, he's going to be the first pick. Yeah. And so I think it makes sense. So
you guys just see that Browns just traded with the Jags for pick 2. Is that right? Is that
yes?
valid?
The Jags did.
Check
shout out to Scott.
Chris.
Shout out to Scott. He was saying this all day long. I was giving him all sorts of grief. In fact, offline, he was like, "Yeah, they're going to trade up. They're going to trade up to 2." And I'm like, "Yeah, there's no way that's going to happen. There's no way the Browns are going to give up the chance to draft Travis Hunter." And now the Jags are on the clock. Jacksonville is on the clock. And thank you for letting us know in the chat. It is hard to produce the show, talk on the show, watch the draft, and write down the picks all at once. So we love the updates on the trades in the chat. Really appreciate that. Thank you, everybody in the chat, for being here, everybody watching. Please hit the like button.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
So we can try to get more people to come in here. Feel free to share the link with whoever, because some of us are going to be here for the entire first round. Some of us are off tomorrow. So, because I planned ahead for that. So,
do we know what the rest of the assets were, like 5 to 2? What did they have to do what did they have to sweeten the pot with there?
How about the 5, the 34 or whatever, and Travis Etienne? Would that be enough? Would that be enough to? I mean, I don't see moving back to 5. So the Browns are moving back thinking what? So they're giving up Travis Hunter. They probably got another good second round pick for it. So what are they looking to do after giving that up? Offensive line? I mean, it's the Hunter and Carter.
They need a quarterback.
Yeah, but they could just move up in the second round for that. But maybe that's what they're doing. Now they've got 2 high second round picks, so they can package them together to come up for a quarterback.
Because where what do you think Dart's going? Where do you think
so in my final mock I did today, I had the Giants trading up to 18. Oh, here's details. Jags Browns got the 5th, the 2nd, and 4th this year, in a 2026 first. The Jags get 2nd overall pick, a 4th, and a 6th this year.
Okay. So the Browns traded for Arch Manning, basically.
Yes, the Browns getting more draft picks next year is very good, especially if you need a quarterback. There will be a number of good quarterback prospects next year.
Okay.
So if I'm the Browns, I guess I do that. The Jags, though, taking Travis Hunter has to be as a receiver, right?
It's a great question of this draft. Do you try? Is anybody going to try to do the 2-way thing with him, or is that just like totally stupid?
Well, that brings me to Liam's comment here. Liam says the Jags really gave up 2 first rounders for a non-QB. What the hell? First of all, son, you are 12 years old. Watch your language. Only half of that is true. You can say whatever Jake says you can say. But if they're planning to play him both ways, if they really think he can do that, then they're actually getting a receiver and a corner. And they did move down to 5, right? So they do still get the pick in a couple picks.
Right.
The Browns do.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think this makes sense for the Jags. I think the Jags are basically getting two players for one. I would make him be a full-time receiver who played in dime packages, but who knows how teams are going to decide to use him.
I think it's
half the field.
Yeah. What? That's important. I guess that's the question of, like, do you want him to play 100% on one side and 30% on the other, and which is the 100 and which is the 30? To me, I feel like receiver plus, like, he's a nickel corner. That's sort of like maybe he has the bandwidth to
packages
do
for
that.
him.
But
I would say red zone packages, or
yeah,
you're on your own 20. You can get him involved in some 50-50 balls. But as a defender, man, I mean, he's special.
he is sick. Yeah, I mean,
He's special.
yeah,
but he's also a special wide receiver, and he's never even really studied the position.
But you don't want him doing that in the NFL.
Okay,
you want him doing, put it like this. You want him experimenting.
Let's say that Travis Hunter could be. He can't be at the same time, but he could be either a top 3 wide receiver or a top 3 corner in the NFL. Cleve, would you trade Sauce Gardner right now for Jamar Chase?
Ben's probably going to kill me, but you know how I feel about Sauce, so you're asking the wrong guy. I think Sauce is overrated. The Revis comparisons have left the building.
Okay, would you trade prime Darrell Revis?
No, I don't think that's
Chase?
bad, Cleve. I don't think you're wrong at all. I think that was what Dave was setting up there.
Would I trade prime Darrell Revis for who?
Jamar Chase.
Jamar Chase.
Justin Jefferson.
No.
Randy Moss.
That I would not.
Calvin Johnson. Julio Jones.
No.
Dave, now you're just. I mean, that's people, man. That's too big of a range.
You're trolling now.
Travis Hunter is a wide receiver. Got picked second in the draft. If I pick only wide receivers taken in the top 10, that's going to include AJ Green, Julio Jones, Calvin Johnson. All that won't include Randy Moss. So it should have. It's just weed was bad then. So he didn't get drafted as high as he should have. But like by talent, he would have been. Right? Like that's the range where he's going. So that's where the comparison should be. And Revis was what, the 7th pick? 13th, 14th? He was somewhere in the first round.
He was definitely first round.
The thing is, man, I personally would rather a defender of that caliber versus a receiver. And again, to your point, Dave, he's learning it right. He's learning to be a receiver right now. I don't need that in the NFL. I need him to be who he is at the best he is at corner. Right? We could put a package together in the red zone as a receiver. But I need you to cover the number 1s or the number 2s. I need you to be a cover guy. Excuse me a second, guys.
No, you're good. Yep. So it's officially Travis Hunter here for the Jags. But Mike, I mean, if they're going to pay all this, I think they really think he can play both ways, like full time.
I was looking up Travis Hunter's height. I was trying to just Google his height and weight. First thing that came up was his GPA, 3.8. Atta babe. Way to go.
Yeah. Not bad. 6'1", 188.
How long are his arms, Dave?
I don't know, but here's what I do know. If you can pull off hot fuchsia, that's skill. That's a player who can play both sides of the ball at the same time.
I don't think anybody's doubting. Fuchsia. Yeah, I don't think anybody's doubting his confidence. I think he's very clearly, he's never walked into a room and thought there's a better football player in this room right now. I think he's pretty confident that he's the best football player he's ever met. So yeah, I'm not too worried about how he's going to like adjust to life. Frankly, it's probably a pay cut going from prime Buffaloes to Jacksonville. He's probably going to make less money. Also this dance. Yeah, the Titans are watching this like, God damn it, we're stupid. This guy's going to be awesome.
Right. I can't wait for him to pick off Cam Ward 9 times this year.
That could very well happen in like the sloppiest, rainiest game ever. I feel like Jacksonville is always playing in just disgusting weather.
So Jacksonville now has Trevor Lawrence, Brian Thomas Jr., Travis Hunter. They still have Travis Etienne for the time being. They have Brenton Strange for the time being at tight end. And the wide receiver 3 is De'Ami Brown. Like, he has to play wide receiver. They're not making this move so that De'Ami Brown could be wide receiver 2.
Yeah, that's a fair point. And I love the idea of the like take away the half of the field corner, but that's also because I've never rooted for a team that had like Randy Moss on it. If I did, I'd probably be like, oh, that's way better. I'd much rather have that guy. So
Yes.
yeah, I don't think he's
Well,
going to be Randy Moss. I think he's much more like a slightly bigger Devontae Smith, but that's still a great football player.
Yeah, he's much bigger. Actually, you know who he is? He's a more athletic Garrett Wilson.
Yeah, or that. A Heisman
He's
level.
like the same
Garrett
size,
Wilson.
which is better.
Yeah.
Paul says Cleve left the room because he didn't want to see these highlights of Hunter cooking at wide receiver.
I mean, it kind of did just happen. That's fine.
Yeah.
No, man. I think that was. Do you think that's the last trade for the Jags in this round, or you think they got some? You think that was it?
Well, I mean, they came up from here. I don't know what else they could do. I think they'd be more likely to trade down. They get more picks later in the draft. But I mean, if they give up their first next year. So, Cleve, I made this point while you were away. It hit me while you were away that right now, if Travis Hunter plays defense, the Jags offense is Trevor Lawrence and Brian Thomas Jr., which is fine. The dust adjacent Travis Etienne, Brenton Strange at tight end, who's a real person, and then De'Ami Brown is wide receiver too. They didn't make this move, so De'Ami Brown could be wide receiver too. Travis Hunter's playing wide receiver.
Okay.
He will also play defensive back, but his primary position is going to be wide receiver. Like, unless it's both.
Yeah,
I
had no objections.
De'Ami Brown get out there.
Yeah, I had no reservations at him playing both. I just said that I would rather him start at corner and then have a practice for wide receiver. If it's the other way around, it still works. It still works. Thanks, Paul.
Yeah, we mentioned that too. Yeah, you wanted around not see him play great wide receiver. So the Giants pick is already in.
His highlights are fast. So now his highlights are sick on either side. It really it doesn't matter. Anything with Hunter, you're just like, it's just video games.
Generational talent.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about Don Hudson for a second.
No, dude, Brenton Strange, 17 catches at Penn State.
Yeah,
the guy played like 3 games in college.
That's Brenton Strange who kept Tyler Warren on the bench.
Yeah. Wait a minute, this guy had 17 grabs in the game?
No, in like his entire year. No, he like literally
his entire
never
career.
Played. Yeah, the dude was like,
so he's like
the most middle.
He's like Chase.
Yeah, because remember, Penn State doesn't know what they're doing. So when they get monsters, they put them out there to do monster stuff like Micah Parsons and Saquon Barkley. But otherwise, they have no clue what they're doing, which is how Christian Hackenberg goes from the next Peyton Manning to the first Zach Wilson.
Hey.
By the way, they got another Christian Hackenberg coming up next year named Drew Aller Cleve, so you get to sweat that again.
Oh my God. That poor guy.
And the Giants,
every time they put Drew Aller on national TV, his stock goes down.
Mm.
Yeah,
ooh, okay.
Carter.
Yeah,
that is
actually a good choice.
It is. And so that means that Kayvon Thibodeau was definitely on the trading block now. Sorry, Alex. I know you don't want to hear it.
I think he has a velvet suit on.
Yeah, you guys should have picks about what these fucking guys are going to wear.
I mean, this is
great.
This is a fresh outfit here. Let's go.
He looks like it's like I can't. It's almost like he's dressing like a Black Panther from the Middle East, and it looks awesome.
I mean,
his name is Abdul Carter. Like what if that really is the thematic here? Like he really is like combining the two, like his name.
I mean, Dave, I think that makes absolutely perfect sense. I think you're exactly hitting on his aesthetic right here.
Well, you know, if you need any more fashion advice and tips and observations, you know where to find me.
I mean, his entire essence really just screams Central Pennsylvania. That's really just like clearly where he must be from. No, I think he's from Philly, but god damn, he is.
Beaver Falls.
He's sick. Yeah, I honestly wouldn't have been surprised if somebody was trying to trade up for him. I think he's like one of the most can't miss dudes in this draft.
Yes. Yeah, he was absolutely bonkers at Penn State. Yeah, just unblockable. So good while he was there. Chris pointed out the Browns are apparently trying to trade down from 5 again, which is very smart of them to trade again, especially if they think they're using their first pick this year at quarterback. Just trade down a couple more times. Because somebody you would think wants to go for Ashton Genty, so that could make sense.
Oh my God, that was just a highlight of. I almost said Micah Parsons, of Abdul Carter just sitting on Jackson Dart's face. I think he's the same size as Parsons too. Like they're literally the same dude.
Yeah, they look very similar. Paul says here that Carter was terrifying to play against. Probably the best individual player Notre Dame played against in the playoffs. Wrong, Jeremiah Smith. Although Carter had a better game. Also on that crazy Jeremiah Love touchdown run that sealed the game for Notre Dame, they held the shit out of Abdul Carter. They had like 4 dudes tackling him at the line of scrimmage, and he still almost got there to make that tackle. It's actually one of his best highlights. Was a game-losing play. So at number 4 here, this is it. We need Jalen Walker. Jalen Walker for the money.
We're rooting for your money, Dave. My question to you, Dave, though, is, well, Dave or Clev, I'm interested in your thoughts. What are you actually getting for Thibodeau at this point? Like your plan is to trade him.
Mm-hmm.
What's that look like?
So Scott and I had this argument last week or 2 weeks ago when this first came up. I said if I was the Lions, he's worth our second round pick straight up. Right? He's like an end of the second round pick. Like, and Scott said no, that wouldn't be enough for Thibodeau, because if he has a good season, you have to pay him. And the Lions don't want to pay anybody right now because they have all these people coming up they have to pay anyways. So it's like, okay, well, for the Lions, maybe not. But for like Kansas City or Buffalo or the Commanders, somebody who's in a win now position, I think that their late second round pick should be more than fair for Kayvon Thibodeau.
God, you know what's crazy about it was I asked it thinking Thibodeau was way older than he actually is. He's only 24. I had it in my mind that he's been in the league for like 5 years, but that's really not true.
Yeah, no, they'll pick up his option after this season. Oh, Cleve, there's a quarterback that could go in the first round. Will probably go in the second round, but could go in the first, named Tyler Shuck out of Louisville. He is older than Brock Purdy.
God, that's awesome.
He is older than Trevor Lawrence.
And wow, what is he like? He's like the 6 year plan. Was it the COVID years?
Yeah,
an extra year out of that.
COVID year and 4 season-ending injuries.
Oh, I think you guys were talking about that before. Yeah. Wow.
So Tyler Shuck, who I remember Michigan recruiting in 2018. He decided to go to Oregon to start his career instead. Yeah, he only has like 4,500 total passing yards in his entire career over 7 seasons, but he's 6'5", 220 and throws the ball really hard. So these NFL coaches cannot help themselves, even though he's 26.
So there.
I'm like, why is he so good? He's just like, he's so calm and experienced. Like, yeah, man, he's like an adult. Like, it's not, if I went back to college right now, they'd be like, oh, he does his homework and shit on time. Like, yeah, man, like I had a job for like 10 years.
He's the beer run guy. Get his beer.
Right. Honestly. Oh my God. Yeah. He has college stats for 7 years. 18 through 24.
That's crazy.
When Tyler Shuck was a freshman in college, Jalen Miller was a freshman in high school.
That's wild. Is it the kid on Miami like that? Restrepo? He's been in for like 1,000 years.
Yes, Restrepo is like a 7-year senior, which also explains why he's so slow.
It's crazy.
You know, once you adjust for age, in fact, you ran a 4.83 isn't so bad. And listen, I
They
actually
should
don't
have them
think
run
wide
like an-
receivers.
Ooh, yeah, his 40 was bad. That's rough.
Yeah, and that was at his pro day.
Guy's 1,000 years old. Yeah, he's
If-
1,000 years old.
Wide receivers don't need to be blazing fast. And in fact, in the first round, there's an inverse correlation between 40 time and production because the super fast guys keep getting overdrafted, like John Ross and Henry Ruggs. But that limit is like 4.62, 4.63, 4.61 was Cooper Kupp, 4.62 Devontae Adams. Like if you're great at the other things, you can be a 4.6 receiver and still be dominant. 4.8 is not going to cut it.
Yeah, yeah.
There's no amount of shake and
Can you
wiggle and get open off the line that can make up for the fact that you're basically walking.
What do you think your 40 time would be, Dave?
Right now, 42 seconds.
Yeah.
No. My 40 time right now. Do I get to train or just to go out and run it cold?
No.
Do you
I don't want you to blow a hammy.
train? I mean,
Yeah, like if we're making a if Cleve wants to make a prop bet, like am I running it September 1st? I know it's coming up. I can spend the summer getting ready for it.
looks
first
like
of all, West Ham is a
Booty,
soccer
bro.
coach. He's a soccer coach.
Oh.
He weighs 82 pounds. And I might not outrun you, but I will run through you.
this man. Oh no,
That's
Dave.
brutal. That is.
Dave, you just
That's-
died in the chat.
Hey, West Ham, you won the
Also-
night with that, bro. You won the night.
Also, looking
Cleve,
like
Cleve, not
looking
true.
like
West
some-
Ham will never win anything. Are they hugging Will Campbell?
They are hugging Will Campbell in the worst suit of the night by a long stretch.
Wait a minute. What's the kid that had like all the crosses on it? The black suit with the crosses on it. That was the worst
That's-
suit to me.
That was Milrow.
Oh, oh yeah. Okay. Undefeated, first ballot walk-in. Hall of Fame.
Milrow walked in and one of the like production assistants had to be like, we're not doing all 7 rounds tonight, right? Like you didn't have to roll up today. I'm sure they got you at the Marriott for the whole weekend.
Shout out Marriott.
Not a sponsor, could be, Dave.
Allegedly.
I mean, I guess indirectly.
Oh my God.
Let's see. He's an OL. So this offensive lineman here, this Will Campbell, Cleve, there's 2 contradictory things about him. So he's an offensive tackle who's been starting at LSU since he was a true freshman. That's good, right?
Okay. Yeah.
His arms are like 31 inches long. They're absurdly short. They're like comically short.
So he has the T-Rex arms? T-Rex can do
Basically,
push-ups?
for
That shit?
an NFL offensive tackle, he might as well have T-Rex arms. Right. However,
Ben,
he's
this is
only given up 2
debauchery.
I mean,
Yeah.
What if? Okay, I've been hearing this about the arms with him and Mason Graham the whole combine time. Is this just the new pseudo analytics obsession of like his arms aren't long enough, or is there any like real data about this?
There's very
You
real
got an arm fight, bro.
arm length is very important for tackles, and somebody went back and looked at the data of all the first round picks at tackle for the last 20 years, their arm lengths, and then like how their career played out.
Okay.
And like the current starting tackles with their arm lengths. And he would have the shortest arms by like 1.5 inches.
So where do you need to be?
It's definitely
like,
an outlier.
Okay. All right.
But he's only give up 2 sacks in college, both as a true freshman. One
Right.
to Will Anderson and one to Jared Verse.
Right.
So like the dude can ball. LSU,
He's very good.
since a true freshman, he's obviously very good.
Yes. As is Mason Graham, who they say the same thing about.
Yes. Graham, though, it's different because he's DT. I think Will Campbell is like a Tyreek level outlier because no wide receiver as short as Tyreek Hill should be able to have the numbers he does.
Okay.
because he's like 5'10" and a half. But
That's
because
true.
he's got all these other things going for him, it doesn't really matter all that much. And I think Will Campbell's sort of similar. He has these short arms, but he's been dominant at LSU for like 4 years.
Yeah, right. And not just like the product of a couple of really sick LSU teams where you're just taking everybody. He truly was an elite SEC blocker for his entire career. So you can do a lot worse than this dude.
So Dave, if he reached into a cupboard or a cabinet, he has to get a stool because of.
Yes, that's exactly right. In fact, he would have to have Jaden Daniels reach up for him and get the stuff off the.
That's a brutal knock on someone, man. That's harsh.
It is. This is like
harsh, bro.
So the measurements that really matter, according to Scott, who for O-line knows what he's talking about for sure, arm length for tackles, especially hand size for tackles and quarterbacks. Hand size for a quarterback is correlated to how good accurate your deep ball is.
I believe that.
And if you look at the best deep ball throwers, their hands are like ridiculously oversized. Like Russell Wilson, his hands are like 75% bigger than they should be based on his height.
Fucking baseball mitts.
I have seen that. I remember seeing pictures of Favre holding a ball, and I would like try to hold the ball the same way he did, and like his pointer finger could go to the top of the ball, and his pinky was like at the other point, just like basically like he's holding a softball. So, yeah.
Do you think Brett Favre's do you think his oversized hands helped him when it came to committing welfare fraud, allegedly?
Yes. I think, as we see, it's directly correlated. It's all just confidence, Dave. It's just believing in yourself. You roll into a job interview and you're like, you know why I'm going to get this job? I got these 9-foot arms. That's why I'm just going to come in here and just.
Fuck yeah.
I actually just really like the idea of Will Campbell as a T-Rex where he can't block. He just uses his mouth to like.
Look!
He's got to roll over to get up.
It's the short arm battalion getting drafted here. Cleveland stays at 5 and takes Mason Graham, an outstanding defensive tackle from the best university in the country, University of Michigan. So Mason Graham, high school wrestling champion, comes into Michigan as a true freshman and is immediately able to get on the field for a team that was like 7 deep at defensive tackle. Like, Cleve, you playing Dynasty on CFB 25 yet?
No.
Okay, well, you need to start. So every so often in CFB 25, you'll recruit like a 4-star diamond player who's ranked like 400th in the country. And then when he hits your roster, he's like a 79. And you're like, got to have him play. Can't redshirt him. He's too good. Got to have him play. That's what Mason Graham did. And then he just never stopped getting better.
Yeah.
MVP of the Rose Bowl against Alabama, technically not even a starter for that game on the national championship team.
Wow.
And then absolutely wrecked shop last year against Ohio State. Will Johnson was out. And Mason Graham just held Ohio State almost like on his own to 10 points for the win. This is a great pick for Cleveland, and I'm really mad that now Ohio State fans get to appreciate Mason Graham.
I think I'm most sad that a guy I really like is now going to have to go be on the Browns for at least like 4 years. But I mean, whatever. He's going to get paid and do great himself.
You better talk to Joe Thomas. Talk to Joe Thomas. Because Joe's entire career was dog shit. He did great. He got into Hall of Fame. Yeah. Just that he didn't win shit.
Worked for him, yeah. It's funny how the total narrative shift now, though, of like Myles Garrett not leaving Cleveland. Like 10 years ago, that would have been like, what a hometown guy. He's like sticking around. And now he takes the money to stay in Cleveland, and people are like, what a loser. He doesn't want to go win. What a bum. Like, what is he supposed to do, man? Like, I don't know.
That's a great one, man. Yeah, that's great.
If you give me $200 million, I'll do almost anything. including live in Cleveland.
Wow.
I mean, would you live in
Good for
Cleveland
Mason.
though?
I mean, this is no disrespect
Let's
to
go.
people whose name is Cleve, but I've been to Ohio a few times. I am a Michigan grad, as you pointed out, Dave. I don't need to spend any more time there than I am required to. But yeah, these fans are just sad. These fans are just, when they cut to the Browns fans.
Have you been to New Jersey?
I have been to New Jersey.
Yes,
Indeed,
the
sir.
armpit of the country.
Indeed, sir.
Ben is actually like an amalgamation of everybody on the show. So he's white like Scott. He's a Michigan fan like me and Scott. He's a Jets fan like you, right? But he's also spent a lot of time growing up in New York. Hence the Jets fandom.
Oh, okay.
So we're all over.
Fandom.
So we're
So
all
like
over.
he's kind of got got everything covered for all of us. He just
I swear to God, I am one Jalen Milroe to the Jets draft pick away from just being a Commanders fan in the next 45 minutes. I just don't care. Like I'm not going to force my 1-year-old daughter to be a Jets fan growing up if that's what happens. What is it, Dave? What are you thinking? Milroe to the Steelers.
I think that's very likely, and that's why I'm going in my last mock with the Steelers trading back to 31. Chiefs come up for an offensive tackle. Steelers go back to 31 and take Milroe there.
That feels, I don't know why, but that feels like it could make sense.
You think he's going to be on the board that long?
What's that?
Wow.
Yeah,
no, so you think he's going to be on the board that long?
There's
31?
an okay chance only one quarterback goes tonight. Okay, right on the board. This is going to be Armand Membu from Missouri. Is Ashton Ginty, the running back. We are having a pretty chalk draft so far, despite except for the Jags and Browns. Flipping.
Who took Ashton? I'm not watching. Obviously, I can hear it, but I'm not watching.
The Raiders at 6.
Wow.
Actually, the Raiders drafted Lil Wayne by accident.
You think they're gonna make him get the haircut? Everyone has to have the fucking the friar tuck.
Oh my god.
God, if Lil Wayne woke up tomorrow with an NFL running back's money, he would think he was destitute.
God, he's only
so Ashton Ginty here.
8.
Yeah, 5'8.5",
Damn.
209 pounds. He is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Contact balance is insane.
God,
good breakaway speed. I've been trying to find a good comparison for him for a long time, and I finally came up with it. He is the Hall of Fame version of David Montgomery. Cleve is either frozen or really giving me a dirty look. I think he was frozen. And he's muted. You are muted. It's a good point, but you're still muted.
I just hit.
There we go.
No, I said no one second that.
Yeah, I know. Nobody in the chat, neither you guys.
I mean, look, I'm happy. I'm happy for this guy. I feel like he just, he went to Boise State, so all right, he's always going to have that kind of like nobody believes in me vibe about him. But I think it's cool when players who have like particularly a West or like a Mountain West, like kind of fandom around them get to kind of stick around in the region. I think he's going to be fun to watch.
Oh, he's like a Morris. What is it? Morris Jones-Drew.
That's who it kind of. Yeah, he's like a thinner Maurice.
That's what it comes
Jones
to mind.
Drew.
Yeah, that's what it comes to mind for me.
But he's also taller, which is important for the pass game, especially the modern NFL. See, 2 years ago, Ashton Ginty had a ton of catches, which is why he's such a high level prospect. He can play in the pass game. Last year, they were just like, instead of throwing you the ball, you're gonna get 400 carries. It's like, all right, just hand it to me then. So he can do that for sure.
comparing him to Emmitt Smith, which just feels like that's not who I probably would have.
Emmett had more wiggle, but he takes contact, right? I would say like an Earl Campbell, but Earl was a big back. Earl was really big back. But yeah, I mean his highlights.
I don't think actually GT I don't think he has a solid stylistic comparison.
No,
because he's short, but not super shifty.
Yeah.
He's just shifty enough.
His college highlights look like when you look at high school highlights of like top running backs going into college, where you're like, oh my God, this dude didn't even get touched. It's like a handoff up the middle. He's doing that like in the conference championship game. Just
the Michael Myers stand there, death stare is great. Just give us the ball.
Good for him.
Quickly, before we get on to the Jets here, who are on the clock and about to take
let's go
Kevin Banks to tackle out of San Francisco.
Okay, that'd be fun.
Out of Texas. I originally had San Francisco, out of Texas. I've lost my train of thought. Hang on 1 second. It'll come back to me. Sorry, lost it. I messed up my own sentence and lost my train of thought.
The Jets will do that to you, Dave. It's magic.
They sure will.
Welcome.
Yes.
Now, you guys do have to worry as Jets fans because there is a guard from North Dakota State with the first round grade. And man, the Jets love to draft some guards in the first round.
Thanks, Dave.
Now, Don will tell you, so do the Lions, but only he and I know that. So I don't need to say that. Nobody else will catch on. But the Jets really love to take guards for no reason from small schools in the first round.
Is it Zabel?
Yes, it is Gray Zabel.
I thought he was a tackle.
He's a tackle at North Dakota State, but he is going to be a guard or center in the NFL. Scott thinks he's actually more likely to be a center. Center is his best natural position, but he won't be able to play tackle. He actually is not like built right to play tackle in the NFL. Like everything about what they say about Will Campbell is like perfectly true about him.
I need all the footage of Will Campbell blocking Mason Graham and them just like little arming each other, just like at the line of scrimmage. Just like,
oh man,
like the Rock'em Sock'em robots. They're like,
like the funnest creative player ever. Like size 1 arms, but size 100 hands. Like,
see, I knew Domino. That was the Lynn Bodine reset. That's right. But Dad, who did the Lions pass on to take Lynn Bodine? I feel like somebody else was really good with the very next pick. Which is classic Detroit there. Cleve, who do you want the Jets to take here? Or what position do you want them to take?
I mean, we got a decent quarterback now. It would have been quarterback, asked me like a couple months ago. I think an edge rusher.
An edge rusher. Okay. Ben, do you concur?
Yeah.
There's the BC guy, right? That's the next edge rusher up.
No, Jalen Walker.
Oh, okay, yeah, I guess he's still there.
Jalen Walker, Michael Williams, and Shamar Stewart.
I think it's just like entirely how you feel about the Fields idea, and I feel fine with it. I thought he was playing fine, and then the Steelers just started pressing all their buttons for some reason in the middle of the year, and I couldn't really understand why. I don't actually think that, for a team drafting 7th overall, I actually don't think that they're bereft of talent. I think if there's this sounds insane to I'm getting my 5 minutes of hope here, Dave, while they're literally on the clock. If there's a team that could be like this year's version of the Commanders, like dog shit to we made the playoffs, they have a lot of talent. I would be fine with a Ted McMillan or let's go for it type of playmaker. But who knows, man? I think it's always safe to take a lineman, but somebody fun wouldn't kill us every once in a while.
Well, the pick is in, and here it comes. And the pick is Armand Bembu, the tackle out of Missouri.
Not a bad choice.
No, not bad at all. Now,
I think Ben framed it up perfectly.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, I thought they would take Banks there because they're both 3-year players come out of the SEC because Missouri is somehow in the SEC. And somehow so is Texas now. But Banks like started right away, 5-star prospect, top 10 nationally, signed to go to Texas when he was like 4 years old or something.
Right.
Just pure path, ready to go right now, which I thought the Jets might want. Although I do think Membu does have the higher ceiling. So they've got Membu on one side and Fashanu on the other. Yeah, that could work. And then they're just going to run the ball a bunch of times with Breece Hall, Braylon Allen, and Justin Fields. And when they do throw it, they're going to throw it to Garrett Wilson because their other wide receivers are. Ugh.
I guess I almost
Mike Coxlam and his cousin.
I don't think I thought through the entire implication of my own argument, which was to say, if you do feel good about Fields, then you actually should be trying to beef up for, like, trying to run for 3,000 yards next year, which that would then mean go O-line, go like 6-7 deep at the O-line and just basically be a 70% run team, which, yeah, okay, that's fine. I think that's at least a plan. That would be something you could rely on.
Here, we'll throw this up to both of you. Liam's asking 1 to 10. Start with Cleve. How do you rate the pick, Cleve?
7.5. I think, like I said, Ben framed it up pretty eloquently, saying that we weren't devoid of talent. We weren't devoid of talent. It's just that it never went our way for some reason. So I'm not terrible about the pick. It's fine.
I think it's actually a pick. I was just going to say, I think it's a pick of a team that's more confident than I would have given it credit for. I think the McMillan or like reaching for Tyler Warren there is like the desperation, but actually I think it's a belief in what you're trying to build to pick this dude. So I don't know. It's not like, it's not DeBrickashaw Ferguson when I have my Matt Leinart jersey on, but it's actually a good way to try to build your team, is like pick the positions that you need and that are going to fit the scheme you're going to try to run, which again, with Fields, he's not going to be throwing 50 passes a game. We're going to be trying to road grade. So good, fine, go for it.
The Panthers are on the clock. The pick is in, and I have already written down Jalen Walker as the pick without even knowing. That is how confident I am the Panthers are taking Jalen Walker in this spot. So, Don, going back to Limbo Dean here, Don points out next to the Lions pass on Russ Francis. I think Hall of Fame tight end, certainly really good tight end. Hollywood Henderson, legendary character. Lewis Wright, who I'm not going to lie, I haven't heard of, and Dave Brown out of Michigan. I don't know that Hollywood Henderson survives the 70s in Detroit. I think it's a good thing he went to Dallas then. I don't know that 1977 Detroit is the place for him.
Did you guys pass on Randy Moss for like a 4'10" corner?
Looks like Cleve has a bad connection. Not sure what happened here.
You just kicked him off because he asked a good question. Whoops. Funny how that happened.
Did you guys pass on?
We did. We took a 5'9" corner named Terry Fair with pick number 20 in the 1998 NFL draft. With pick number 21, the Vikings took Randy Moss.
That's rough.
We then tried to use the 5'9" corner to cover.
It's great.
Yeah. So, we like to make fun of the Jets for their terrible drafting, but that's mostly because of the way the fans react when they're at the draft.
Right.
Both of our franchises have been terrible in the draft, except the Lions have been so on fire since 2021 that I can just laugh about it now. Like, the Lions have drafted in 4 years 17 quality starters.
Dave, which former Lions coordinator is going to have a better year one as a head coach?
Ben Johnson.
Even in a hard division?
He has an easier to win division because the Bears are closer to the Packers and Lions than the Jets are to the Buffalo. Also,
did you guys?
Oh,
wow.
Okay. Yeah, here's a classic. So in 1983, which is the year I was born, the year of 5 quarterbacks, the Lions drafted a fullback out of Florida with a 13th overall pick when Dan Marino was the last pick of the first round. The Lions kind of needed a quarterback, although they didn't admit it at the time. Yeah. So we passed on Dan Marino. Also in that draft was Darrell Green. Now, we could have drafted Darrell Green to have him guard Randy Moss 15 years later, but no. We decided not to do that. Do you guys know how much better my childhood would have been if the Lions drafted Dan Marino the year I was born?
You probably would have saw a couple of Super Bowls, bro.
Few teams
There's
passed
a
on
chance,
Dan Marino.
Cleve, there's a chance you'd be a Lions fan. Like, you would have shown up in 1984, looked around America, and been like, those guys.
Yeah.
Especially if we had Marino and we also got to add Barry Sanders later.
My fandom is such a happenstance where you could have put me in a plane, blindfolded me, took me around the United States, threw me out, and the first person I touched, I became a fan of that particular city. Like, it could have been that scenario.
I mean, whatever it takes. The Panthers pick is in here. Here comes Jalen Walker. And they took Pat McMillan.
It's not.
Oh, that's fun.
Walker. Okay. That is a very, very, very fun pick. And that is what I get for ever being confident about anything. So Ted McMillan, wide receiver out of Arizona, goes to the Panthers. That's really good. Cleve, I'm sure you remember the end of last year. Remember last year, Bryce Young got benched for Andy Dalton. Andy Dalton comes in.
The Red Rifle.
He's like 4 weeks. Yes. Gets in a car accident, right? Has to miss games. Bryce Young comes back in and was good for like the last 6 weeks. Like, legitimately good.
Was good.
Yeah.
So now they add Ted McMillan to that offense. I thought for sure they were going defense with this pick because they just absolutely need it. And former University of Miami linebacker Dan Morgan is their GM. But I think Ted is a really good pick here. I think he's a really, really good wide receiver prospect. I think he is like equivalent to Drake London or a really, really good version of Michael Pittman Jr.
It's good company to be in.
Yeah, 6'4.5", apparently. I'd say 6'5", 6'5", 220. Great contested catch rate. One thing he has going against him is that he has played with the same quarterback since 6th grade.
Wow.
Yeah, every year, him and Noah Fafita. This will be his first year playing with a different quarterback.
I think we're going to probably find out that Fafita was benefiting from that relationship more than Pat probably was.
It's like a dog and tick.
Yeah.
Who's benefiting?
Fafita should thank Tet for his free Arizona education.
I mean, some of those catches they just showed in this montage, like all these montages are just like the coolest things they've ever done. It was like 5 one-handed catches in a row. This dude is just an animal.
Yeah. Yeah. I like his suit too. I like that.
Strong suit.
It's bluish purple. It's like
it's
light
purple,
dark
purple. I go purple.
It's purple.
Yeah.
And then he's got the some sort of layer or something on with the necklace.
Yeah, is he Hawaiian?
Yeah, of descent, I think. I don't think he's from there, but I don't know.
Right on. Oh, birthplace.
I would have gone 70s with the rough.
Hawaii.
Let's see here. Hang on 1 second. I need to open up one more thing.
Got the rock turtleneck.
Last year, he was Polynesian College Football Player of the Year.
Yeah.
Good for
makes
you,
sense with
dude.
the lane.
Yeah, that's really good. Okay, I think the Saints are good. I thought the Saints would take Michael Williams here because Jalen Walker would be off the board. With Walker on the board, I think that's going to be in the pick here for the Saints. But the Saints could be the team that do the Broncos Falcons from last year and just be like, you know what? Our current quarterback is Spencer Rattler, and that ain't going to cut it. So, Jackson Dart, come on down.
What a cool quarterback name.
Jackson Dart.
Spencer Rattler.
Oh,
Rattler.
Jackson Dart
Dart
is
are
that's
both sick.
tits. Yeah, that's tits.
Those are both
That's
like
pretty dope.
those are both like 90s football movie names. Spencer Rattler. Like,
You're right.
That's just like
Yeah, there's some obviously Colt McCoy I think is like the all-time best.
Yeah, that one is like
tough to beat. Yeah.
But Cleve, are you a Dragon Ball Z guy?
Somewhat.
Ben, are you a Dragon Ball Z guy?
No, I played outside.
Oh shit! Wow, it's great.
Ben just owned me on the internet. I don't appreciate it.
Awesome, dude. That's just got fucking dog walked.
Self-esteem is so low. You need to tell Megan that I just.
Ohio. I was actually talking to the cats.
That's fine. That's yeah.
Ohio State's quarterback this year is named Julian Saiyan.
Oh wow, Super Saiyan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good name. That's a good name.
You remember Ron Mexico?
Who could forget?
Doesn't remember that
Who
name.
could forget?
Yeah, that's Michael Vick's
Ron
name in the
Mexico.
clinic.
Absolute
Fucking
goat.
awesome.
God bless. So how often when there's a terrible draft choice, like just a total flub job that everybody knows sucked, how often is it the GM being stupid, and how often is it the GM knowing it's a bad idea but basically just having to do it because the owner jumped in and was like, this is what we're doing, I don't care what your analysis says?
Every time it's a quarterback, it's the owner.
Yeah, they get infatuated real quick.
Now Megan's over there making fun of me.
What did he say?
I asked Ben if he was a Dragon Ball Z guy. He goes, "No, I played outside."
So
You're just mad because you didn't think of that.
I mean, look, man,
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's great. He just gave you the rights to it.
I mean, that was good. All right,
Dave's just like, why did I ask Ben to do this? I didn't have to. Banks is feeling it.
Jason did just win his bet here. He did have offensive line to the Saints, so that's good. I think I'm 0 for so far. So if Jalen Milroe's not the next quarterback off the board, I might have to go sell some plasma.
Kelvin Banks Jr. also, they just showed him sitting there with his family. Looked like him and his wife or partner or whoever, they have a very, very young looking baby. Looks like 1 to 2 months old. Very cute, very small. Very happy for Mr. Banks. Good for you, man. This has been a good couple months for that man.
Yes. Yeah, that's pretty good. He has to play for the Saints for the next 4 years, but they'll pay him well. I'm just trying to see if I've hit any of my bets yet.
You know, he's so much raw emotion right now, and it's definitely mostly because he's pumped that he's in the NFL, but it's also because he has a 2-month-old kid and he hasn't slept in the entire
probably
last
never
2.5 months. Yeah. So he's just like, oh my God, I'm feeling anything right now. Oh man, look at this dude. See, this is gonna be a guy I'm gonna root for now. I'm gonna be like randomly rooting for the right tackle for the Saints next year for like no reason. Because he's just like he's pumped to be in the NFL. That's awesome. And why did he get invited to the thing?
Maybe he turned it down to be with family, to be with the kid.
I mean, you're going to pass up a
Wanted to share
trip
the moment with the kid.
to the tropical destination of Green Bay, Wisconsin. I mean, come on, what are we doing?
I mean, think
I
of
mean, I
think
wouldn't,
of
but I
Aaron
don't have any
Rodgers.
kids. So
Aaron Rodgers, you sat there. Everyone passed on you. Lamar too. They just sat there. I'd rather be home, man.
yeah. So Liam says that they should have taken Dart right there. A couple things. First, Paul with the good response. The Saints are going to tank really hard for Arch Manning next year. Absolutely,
That's very true.
Like,
that is 100% true.
Because Arch Manning
Yes.
will be the first overall pick next year. So if the Saints can get there for that, obviously it'd be amazing for them. And also, they can still get Dart later. You know, they don't need to panic. Also, I think they like Tyler Shuck, the 38-year-old senior citizen with 84 broken legs. I think they like him to come in this year and just kind of manage if needed. So I don't think that they needed to panic take a quarterback in that spot. I imagine they pick again at pick 40. That picks a quarterback, or they trade for a quarterback, though. So their next pick, Liam, will be a quarterback of some sort. The Bears pick is in at number 10. If this is Colston Loveland, I get to eat this week. Let's go. I've got Loveland. I've got Loveland first tight end off the board, and I've got him exactly at number 10. So
if you get some Bonchon.
I mean, I'm rooting for your money, Dave, but I don't know.
So everybody was mocking. So first, like 3 weeks ago, Scott was like, "Why don't the Bears look at one of these tight ends? Look at what Ben Johnson did with Sam Laporta." And I was like, "Oh, that's smart, Tyler Warren." Then last week he was like, "Why would they take Tyler Warren? They had Sam Laporta. Colston Loveland is the Sam Laporta type player."
Yeah,
right. And I'm like, that also makes sense. So I got a Loveland first tight end at 5-1, and exactly at pick number 10 at 35-1. So we can start doing some damage here if this pick is Colston Loveland.
okay.
Oh my goodness. What if they just absolutely melt down and just take like a Meyer and Hampton right here?
Big sin.
Yo, what up? Here we go. Look, I feel bad for Steve McMichael, but I've got literally $100 that I could win here. So let's get to it.
This feels like one there. Oh my God. Now I see what you're saying. I'm on like a 2-second delay from you. I was like, what?
Oh, man. You're a degenerate.
Okay.
You know that?
Yeah. You may have a problem, Dave.
I thought he just said running back Jackson State is the pick, and then I realized that was Walter Payton. Okay.
Yeah, I have it on mute with just the subtitles, and I just kept looking over, and I was like, boy, they're really milking this pick. Like, what are we? They're really going for it. But you know, there's a man of the year type of thing going on. So we're gonna
they're doing something here.
Course. Oh, Dave, I think you're gonna be happy.
Okay, so they're looking like they might be about to announce it here.
Dave, I think you're going to be happy if you go on.
Let's go! Let's go! Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Thank you, Scott. That's right. Let's go.
You love to see it.
All right, let's go. Count my money. Let's see here. Let's go see what we got.
Is there anything that you wouldn't bet, bro? I gotta know.
I'm willing to bet anything that I think I can find an edge in that I can bet for a responsible amount of money.
Wow. So you bet anything?
I Haven't made a bet yet, but I have a bet on who the next pope will be.
Is it Pizza Balla?
It's not Pizza Balla.
God.
Then what are we doing?
Apparently Pizza Balla is in line to be the pope after the next one if they pick an old guy this time. That's what my research has shown here.
That's.
But I don't think it's going to happen. There's a guy from.
Where do you even research something like this?
There's a dude from the People's Republic of the Congo, 64, be the first black pope I think ever, first African pope in like 1,000 years. Everybody else who's eligible is already like
what
in
the
their
fuck
late
are his
70s,
measurables?
Pope Francis was, and I don't think they want to keep burying popes every 15 years.
He's got small hands.
At 6 to 1, I think that's a good bet right there. Not financial advice. And remember, if I say a bet and you bet it and it loses, you have to fight Clev.
He doesn't.
If you make a bet on the Pope and it loses and you complain, you have to fight God. So don't do that.
He doesn't have Pope-sized hands. He doesn't have the hands.
He never had the makings of a varsity athlete.
No.
The thing about his ceiling really is the Cardinal College. I don't really see how you get beyond that.
Oh my God.
Don said he runs a 44-40.
Oh my God.
Wow.
That's actually
that took
all
a really, really bad turn.
That's all the conclave is. It's just Oklahoma drill at each other the whole 3 weeks.
God, Ben. Hey, Ben, you're gonna be here all week. I need to try the veal. It's great stuff, man. Fucking great stuff.
Hey, man.
I cannot wait to clip that into a TikTok and get to make the image of the Cardinals doing the Oklahoma drill in the conclave for the B-roll.
Man.
That is going to be so fun.
I mean, hey.
I actually did my winning.
You sent me the odds, Dave. You were the one that gave me even just any window into who any of those guys are. So, I mean, I wouldn't have known about Pizza Balla without you.
That's very true. That's very true. Yeah, but I haven't actually made the bet on the Pope because it's not any like the legal sports books. I'm not going to put money on a legal sports book to bet on the Pope. Not because it's degenerate, but because of ADHD. That's way too much effort. I'll just know if I got it right and like put the money like my Skalansky bucks on my brain. So yeah, Colston Loveland, really good tight end out of Michigan. Scott has said this entire process, he's a better tight end prospect than Tyler Warren, which makes sense to me. He's a 3-year player, was immediately good at Michigan, was their primary pass catching weapon 2 out of his 3 years that he was at Michigan. He's a very adequate blocker. He's still getting bigger because he's only 21. He was a wide receiver in high school from Idaho, right? Who Jim Harbaugh found under a rock somewhere. Comes in, is immediately good, and is a much better pass catcher than Tyler Warren, in my opinion. So if a team wanted a tight end, it makes a lot of sense to me why they would take Colston Loveland first. And, so I think it's a great pick. I think it's a great pick for the Bears. I think Cole Kmet could be on the trading block now, and the Bears just continue to get better and better, and it's very annoying.
And a tight end now just has to be a route runner. Like it's really not like a dual threat kind of position anymore. It's like we need you to like be able to run a 13-yard like seam route on 3rd and 11 because you're the primary receiver on this call. And he's another guy kind of like Mason Graham who just was the like certain coaching staffs, you just give the benefit of the doubt that they're going to crank out a good quality player at that position. With Michigan, it's D-line and tight end. If you are as good as this dude and you go to Michigan, he's just like the right place, right time, right situation type of dude where he got everything out of himself and was developed as well as he could possibly be. I mean, yeah, he's going to be very, very good. I think he's going to make a lot of people happy. And he kind of just looks like the ultimate Michigan bro who just got a job in Chicago and is like going to be in Wrigleyville every other night and living it up, living his best life. So good for him. And I mean, the crossover there of like Michigan fans in Chicago, he's going to be in short order, a legend.
Yeah. They're going to like him a lot
They
over
will.
there. 49ers are picking here at number 11. They have needs everywhere. Their roster it happened so fast in the NFL. Their roster went from really good. Debo's now a commander. Brandon Ayuk has one leg. Christian McCaffrey has no Achilles. Trent Williams is 35. Fred Warner's 32. Like, they need help everywhere all of a sudden. They had the best roster in football 2 years ago, and now they need help everywhere.
That's how quickly the tide turns.
Schefter's talking here. I have the 49ers taking Walter Nolan, defensive tackle out of Ole Miss here. But he's got some character concerns, but I couldn't tell, like, it's character concerns, but not legal concerns. And I'm much more concerned about legal concerns making somebody drop. Right? If it's like, oh, we think this guy's kind of a jerk. Well, you know, like, is he good at football, though? You know what I mean? But if it's like, oh, he's got a domestic violence case waiting, then it's a big
bullying guys.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Hey,
Nolan is a guy who's been like a number one recruit his entire life. He was sick in college, even though his team stunk when he was on A&M, and then he got paid to go to Ole Miss. So he's just like, he's been getting recruited for the last 10 years of his life. So maybe that would inflate. He also got
paid to go to A&M.
That would inflate your ego probably a little bit. But I mean, to be honest, it's because this dude has been like the chosen one for his entire football career so far. So I think he is very good, and he's one of the people who is going to make all the Ole Miss fans watching the draft just go like, how did we not win more games? But who knows if it's him.
No, let's see here. We got the announcement coming. Yeah, Walter Nolan. Interesting, Cleve. Walter Nolan was supposed to go to Michigan. He was all in to go to Michigan. 5-star, like top recruit in his class. Last second flips to Texas A&M. Clearly got paid. We're going to take Michael Williams here. Interesting. Goes to A&M at the last second, recruiting wise. Opens the door for Michigan to go find 2 3-star players. Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant, both of whom are going to go in the first round tonight.
Hey, sometimes it has to
funny
happen
how it works out.
Some coaching staffs just get the benefit of the doubt on being able to produce people from a certain position. So,
So this is
Dave, what city is that behind you on the wall?
That is Florence, Italy.
Is that a picture or is that a puzzle?
It's a painting. This is actually Megan's engagement gift. I didn't get her a ring. I got her.
Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah,
Florence.
Yeah.
And then that's also the city where we got married. So
nice, very nice.
It's a very nice picture.
It is. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a huge fan. Huge fan of the city. Ben, also a huge fan of Florence.
I mean, dude, that was like the prospect of driving back to the Midwest to go to a wedding versus we get to go to Italy to go to a wedding. I'm like, that's really not even a question.
So Michael Williams here. Paul with a good question. How much of that wedding does Ben remember?
I remember more than my buddy Mike, who was in the chat about an hour ago. I'll throw that out there.
Michael Williams is a prospect that got the dreaded Scott says I'm not a fan of his game, which is the meanest thing Scott will ever say about a prospect. Which means Scott probably thinks this guy blows. Like, I'll let him say it himself next week. But 3 different times in the offseason, talk about Michael Williams, he was like, I'm just not a huge fan of his game. They play this weird system in Georgia, and I'm just not sure how good he's going to be against the run in the NFL. And like, that's like me just being like, this dude is trash dust. Get rid of him. Like, that's Scott speak for that. So but John Lynch knows what he's doing. So getting drafted by the 49ers, I think, is bullish, but not a player that's got like that all throughout the process. Way higher on Jalen Walker, way higher on Shamar Stewart. The Cowboys pick is in. This has got to be Matthew Golden, right?
Oh, looking like Booker.
How do you know that?
I'm online,
They
dude.
took Tyler Booker. Pray for Chrissy B in the chat. She's going to be losing her mind. So, Tyler Booker is going to be an excellent player. He is an excellent guard. He is going to be a starter and a high-level starter for the Cowboys for a very long time. From that perspective, this is a good pick. We think the talent in this draft is flat. They want to get a player they know is good at a position they need. You got it. Because they got the kid out of Tulsa at one guard position, Cooper Beebe at center. Booker will play the other guard positions. They got a strong interior line now. They really need help at the skill positions. And with Matthew Golden sitting there on the board, I feel like that probably should have been their pick. But this player specifically, I don't think it can never be that bad of a pick. I just don't know if it can ever be that great of a pick either.
Gotcha.
Yeah, this is
I gotta tell
Alabama 4-year starter.
Watching this dude run and bounce down the hallway out there, I'm like, he's got some wheels for a big man. He is excited. And a solid, I gotta say, not a full suit, but a pretty solid outfit. Like everything going into it. Guy's looking right.
Yeah, 6'4", 321, 4-year player, 3-year starter at Alabama, Clev. I mean, that's a good resume for an offensive lineman. You know,
the first highlight is him just blocking the entire state of Louisiana and just smashing through LSU. Like,
yeah. Also, this Tyler Booker highlight package might get Jalen Milroe taken in the first round because Milroe looks really good on the plays where he's blocking for him.
Yeah, some of the best Mason Graham highlights from when he got taken were him just flipping Jalen Milroe into the stands. So Milroe needs a little love coming out of that.
Also, Mason Graham was Rose Bowl MVP going up against Tyler Booker. It's interesting. So yeah, that pick is not going to be exciting for Cowboy fans. They're going to hate it, which is great for me because I love when Cowboy fans are upset. Sorry, Chris. I love when Cowboy fans are upset and like on tilt. It's amazing. But I actually think like it's a really good pick for their team. Like it's just a really good player who's going to play for them for a long time. And if he gets a 95th percentile outcome, they got Zach Martin again. I don't think he's going to hit that, but I think like dude's going to be an 88 to 91 on Madden for 10 years.
All right, guys, it's been fun. I got to tank out here. I got some exams to study for. Ben, great to meet you, man. I hope we can do this again.
Great to meet you, man.
Fun. You're funny fucking guy. It's great.
Oh, man,
welcome to the Wolf Pack.
I've loved listening to y'all for a while, so it was great to get to talk to you, dude.
Yeah. All right, cool. All right, Dave. Thank you for holding it down for PF, man. All right. Peace.
Absolutely. And we'll see you right here. If the Jets trade up, come back on.
All right.
Okay. So yeah, I think this is one of those picks where like in 2 years, Cowboy fans are gonna feel really bad about how bad they felt about this pick because he's gonna be so good. But I also get why they'd be upset right now.
But upset with like who was on the board that they were like clamoring over. It's not like there's anybody else who's just like
they wanted Matthew Golden, right? Position of need, exciting position. Went to Texas, you know.
All right, the
Texas
connection I could see. I don't know. Is Golden really that much better than Burden?
As a prospect, yes. Luther Burden has some personality issues that he's working through.
All right.
Chris says, I can respect that Dallas is building the Great Wall of Tyler. Yeah, because they have Tyler Smith and now Tyler Booker and a white guy named Cooper who might as well be named Tyler. So they have like 3 Tylers in the middle.
Cooper is a Tyler. Okay. That actually is correct.
Yeah. Yeah, when you do the translation, it comes out to being the exact same thing.
So I had the 1998 draft up on my other screen just from a while ago because of when you were talking about Randy Moss. And I swear I only even remember like 4 of the dudes drafted above Randy Moss in this entire draft. The fact that he went 21st overall is just like bonkers.
Test. Okay, so it's 1998. So it's Peyton Manning, Ryan Leaf, Andre Wadsworth, Charles Woodson are the first 4.
Way to remember Wadsworth. That was the one I thought you probably wouldn't know. But yeah, no, I mean those guys are all 3. Yeah.
You're gonna live forever. Obviously the Lions took Terry Fair. Let's see, this is 1998 draft. What team picked 5th?
5th was the Bears.
Yeah. They didn't take anybody that mattered.
No, they did not. They did not take anyone that mattered. They took a running back, Dave.
Was that Curtis Enos?
It was.
Wow. What a terrible pick. God, I'm trying to think if I remember anybody else from the 98 class specifically. Just read them off to me. Let me see who I know.
Looking at it a little bit more, there are some other good players above Moss. So there's Grant Wistrom, who was good. Greg Ellis, who was solid. Fred Taylor was awesome. Dwayne Starks played on the Ravens for a while. He was good. Keith Brooking played for a million years. Takeo Spikes was like one of my favorite non-Jets for a very long time.
Amazing.
But then like it's just a bunch of bums up to Randy Moss. And you're like, the whole Heisman thing that year was like Manning, Woodson, Moss, and Leaf too. But like, you know, those guys were all gone by pick 4. And then it's just like a guy who's equally good to them just chilling till 3 hours later. Wow.
Give me the bums. Give me the bums starting at 12.
12 was Brooking, 13 was Spikes, but then like Kevin Dyson wasn't a bum, but like not as good as Randy Moss. You pick Kevin Dyson over Randy Moss. That's insane. Yeah. I don't know who Robert Edwards is from Georgia. Apparently he was
offensive rookie of he was the offensive rookie of the year that year. Tore his knee up in the Beach Pro Bowl game.
That's that guy?
Canceled afterwards and never played again. That's him.
That's the Beach Pro Bowl. Oh my God, that sucks. That's so bad.
He was the offensive rookie of the year. Oh no. AFC offensive rookie of the year. Obviously, Randy Moss was the offensive rookie of the year.
Also, he was drafted by the Patriots at 18, but the trade came from the Jets, so they could have had the guy who blew his knee out. We got another Wolverine. Yeah.
The Dolphins take Kenneth Grant.
Oh, let's go. Dude, the video of him hawking down Katron Allen on that run in 2023 is something I still use for motivation myself. It is truly gorgeous. Yeah, the suit is not great. I'll be honest with you. It's not the best.
West Ham, notorious Michigan State fan, talking bad about Kenneth Grant's suit. We'll tell you what. We'll see if the Michigan State first round players have better suits.
Had to be said.
That
is what are we at? 13? 3 Wolverines 13. Already?
Yes.
Michigan must have been pretty good. I don't really watch football. I don't know.
Yeah, three Michigan players in the first 13 picks. Like this actually is like the golden age of football for us. Michigan's got a national title. There's 3 Wolverines in the top 13 picks. And by us, I mean me and my dad. The
go.
Lions are good. The Lions good. They're good because they're building through the draft. And the dude who's doing it is black. Like, this is amazing. This is phenomenal.
It really sucks that your golden age. Oh, here's the highlight. Yep.
Runs down Katron Allen.
You just like feel somebody hawking you behind you, and you're like, "Oh, I better pick up the pace. I wonder who that is." Oh my god, it's a guy who's 400 pounds. It's like being chased by a bear in the woods, where you're like, "There's no way it's that big and it's that fast." And you're like, "But it is. It's just on me."
It reminds me a bit of after Jordan Poole hit the game winner against Houston running down the court, and Mo Wagner was trying to catch him to hug him, and Poole was like, "This giant German is trying to get me."
That did happen.
I'm running. The Colts pick was just snap in here. This is going to have to be Tyler Warren if the pick is that fast, right?
I don't think the Colts can pass up Dallas Clark 2.0. And once they do have him, then there's really no more like waiting around for Anthony Richardson. Like, you got to be able to figure this out.
I don't think Anthony Richardson will finish the season as the starter for the Colts.
That's such a bummer, though.
I think that division is so bad, and that Daniel Jones will make them just competitive enough that they're going to be like, because they're coaching for their jobs, they're going to be like, we have to make the playoffs, and Daniel Jones could get us there.
You think we'll take
another quarterback next year?
Yeah.
So Richardson starts the year, ends up being like 4-5, looking bad. Yep.
Yeah. It's Warren. There you go. Yep. Yeah, they weren't going to let that. They weren't going to let Dallas Clark pass him up.
So Liam was really hoping that Harbaugh would reunite with either Colson Loveland or Kenneth Grant at pick 22, both of who are off the board now. Will Johnson is still out there.
Still out there.
He's still out there if we want to do that. The other thing is that the Chargers are a sneaky spot for 2 Ohio State players, because Harbaugh will know them very well too. Emeka Egbuka and Travion Henderson are both great fits for the Chargers right now. Najee Harris and Travion Henderson is a fantastic NFL running back pairing. And Emeka Egbuka to put alongside Ladd McConkey would be really good. Are you enraptured by the Tyler Warren highlights?
Yeah, these highlights are just reminding me that they played SMU in the playoff.
In Boise.
That feels way more real. Oh, yeah, he's also a lefty thrower, because James Franklin just decides to push every button every game.
See, the thing about Tyler Warren that has me concerned is he didn't break out until his 4th year. He was stuck on the bench behind Brenton Strange and then Theo Johnson before finally making his way onto the field. And it's like, if you're the 14th overall pick at tight end, you should be on the field as a true freshman, racking up targets.
Yes, I don't think he's the freak of nature tight end who's going to like make the defense quiver every time he's in motion. But I do think he's like I think he can translate into the NFL as like a Wes Welker of tight ends. Like, he can just give you 8 yards every time. But I really don't know that he's going to be like jumping over people. I know he's tall, but I just don't. I feel like Colson Loveland has that more so than Warren, just like mossing.
I feel like Tyler Warren's ceiling is Dallas Goedert.
Okay.
Which is a fine player, but I'm using the 14th overall pick on
That's right. His high school's pumped.
Yeah, absolutely. The Falcons are on the clock. If the Falcons take a wide receiver here, I get paid again.
Any wide receiver?
Any wide receiver. 15 to 1.
Wide receiver. Okay.
Any wide receiver. However, with Jalen Walker still on the board, also as Shamar Stewart stays on the board and we start falling further and further, I know the Packers really like Stewart. I know the Lions really like Stewart, and they are competing directly with one another. I wonder if one of them would try to move up to make sure they could get their guy. You know, when both of them have the same guy at the top of their board for their respective position when they'll be drafted. Because like Arizona doesn't really need anything. Like in this spot, obviously they improve their team, but they could trade back for more picks easily and get like more depth pieces or whatever. Because they have their quarterback, they got Marvin Harrison, right? They're going to take a running back this year at some point. So you trade back, get another third-round pick to use on one of the 14 good running back prospects or something. I can see Arizona looking to do that. And then you got Green Bay and Detroit both trying to fight to come up probably for Shamar Stewart. The Chiefs should come up for a tackle. The Bills should probably try to come up for Golden.
I think the Bills need secondary. I think the Bills secondary was atrocious last year. I think I remember seeing that.
Yeah, they had some injuries, though. Now, Benford and the other guy are in the final years of their contract, but they were also hurt to end the season.
What do you have on your prop list of just like number of QBs in the first round? I truly think it might be just the one now. Now that like nobody's done anything really stupid and like traded up to 6 to take Shador or something, like I truly might only be one.
So in my final mock, I had four quarterbacks going, the second one going at pick 18. So for my mock, that stuff is all still live. I did not actually do anything like that. I don't like that this many player of such and such will go. The markets on those are too tough now. Like 3 years ago, it's just free money.
Yeah.
Speaking of free money, give me Colson Loveland. Give me Colson Loveland to be the 10th overall pick.
Dave, that already happened. You won.
Yeah, I'm just marking it on here.
We can go back and watch it again.
I just might have to do that.
Watch him get
Eagles' first player to be a tight
over.
end is live.
That's
Browns to take Shador is live.
Yeah.
Bills' first player wide receiver is live. Chiefs' first player. See, I think that the Chiefs could just hold at 32 and take TreVeyon Henderson. And all of us would just be like, oh, how do we let them do that? But this is the one we're looking for right here. Oh, 18-1. Yeah, ship it. So what do I got here? I got $210 in winnings off of Colson Loveland. Good. That means I'm free rolling everything else.
Good on you, Dave.
For my buy-ins.
Love to see it. Says it loud enough in the room for his wife to hear, just to make sure she knows.
She is so disinterested in all that stuff now. Because it's always like, I won a little bit this week. I lost a little bit this week. I won a little bit this week, you know.
Oh no. Are we gonna start getting those Shador's sad camera views?
Yeah, I don't want Shador to be sad, but sad Dion would be okay.
I'm sure he's in there. Oh man.
He's already the point to Jacksonville with Travis Hunter. You got it, son. You'll be fine.
So you're thinking if there is a next quarterback, though, it's Seattle?
I think the Giants will trade up with Seattle is what I have in the mock for Jackson Dart. Seattle, though, with Tyler Booker off the board so early, might be less likely to trade because they really want a guard. So they might just have to stay right there and take Gray Zabel, since, like, if they trade back, Zabel's probably going to be gone for them. Falcons pick is in. I mean, Jalen Walker went to Georgia. They need an edge. They passed on Dallas Turner last year for Michael Penix. Jalen Walker makes a lot of sense. But one time, Matthew Golden, because, man, it would be fun. You know, get Penix all the help he can have. Oh, do you have to like do a whole nother thing for this pick? You have to, like, talk about Sherman's March to the Sea or something? Just read the pick. Ben, you are muted.
I'm getting older, Dave.
Hey, it happens. Happens to the best of us.
And to me. How many people are at this thing? This is wild.
That's a huge crowd right there.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
That is pretty
It's
cool.
going to be even better when the Packers trade out of the first round even pick tonight.
Or pick Shador and announce they're hiring Dion at the same moment.
All right. My brain says Jalen Walker. My heart says Jalen Walker. My wallet says Matthew Golden. Let's go.
Let's go for Dave's wallet.
That's a really, really, really good pick for them. Cannot hate it. That is a fantastic pick for the Falcons. Yeah, like the Radio City Music Hall draft days, and the draft was just all day Saturday was just insane. I'd go over to Don's house. We would get a should be illegal amount of Hungry Howies, and we would sit and watch the draft from beginning to end, like noon until midnight, all 7 rounds, all in a row. There were a couple years where we went to the Silverdome. I remember 1994. With my stepmom and brother, we went to the Silverdome because that was the Luther Ellis year, and we watched the first round at the Silverdome because we season tickets. That was really cool.
How full was it?
We were in a restaurant style area. I mean, I was 11, but we weren't in the stadium. We were at a table with food somewhere. Like, I don't know. Down to the chat. He'll probably remember that better than I do. But I remember it was really fun. Too much Hungry Howies is never enough. That's actually true.
There's no way.
That's the sort of executive order I could get behind, right? In my role as president, I've dictated that too much Hungry Howies is never enough.
I don't think anybody would fight you on that. Yeah, I mean, just like when in doubt, just like take a Georgia defensive player. Like, you're probably not wrong.
Yeah, it could never be that wrong. You're right.
Oh God, just the highlights of Quinn Ewers just being sad.
Apparently we were in a tent for season ticket holders. They had like TV set up and yeah, I remember it being really, really fun. And that was the draft where we took the best Wednesday player in the history of football, Luther Ellis.
Love to see it.
The practice champion. Nobody practiced better.
That reminds me of I think it's still like a legendary combine. David Boston just like was the most jacked and like ran some sick 40 and was blowing people out of the water. And they're like, oh my God, this guy should be like a Hall of Famer. And then he's David Boston, but some guys are just workout legends.
Mr. August. Oh, that's so brutal, especially for you, Ben, because you're a Yankees fan, so you get that. Calling a footballer Mr. August
that's rough.
Amazing.
It's rough stuff.
Yeah, Jalen Walker, great edge prospect. Scott really liked him as a prospect. Apparently, the personality concerns are zero with him, like a Mike Sainristil level. Do you want to be a football player or a senator sort of situation? So, yeah, just a good pick for the Falcons all the way around.
I don't know that you struck the moral spectrum you were going for with football player and politician. That might not have been the but I think I know what you
Yeah,
mean.
but like good, decent person senator. Like nobody's talking about Ted Cruz.
Okay.
Right. Obviously, I mean like Tammy Duck.
Do you want to be a football player or Raphael Warnock?
Exactly.
I would vote for Mike Sainer still to be my Raphael Warnock.
I would too. Also, Mike Sainer still is a Haitian immigrant, so I would like to see them say that to his face. Because I think he might have some choice words. And
Probably
perhaps
would.
fists. Oh, also, by the way, if anybody is a Michigan fan but also still supports Trump, you're not allowed to root for Michigan anymore because Mike Sainer still is a Haitian immigrant, and you can't talk that way about our captain and be a fan of our team. So anybody you see who claims to be a Michigan fan but still supports Trump, you could just deny them their fandom right to their face.
From your lips to God's ears, Dave.
Absolutely.
I think that the Trump supporting Michigan fans should have to wear the Rich Rod era, like lime green, not really maize jerseys, and like the Adidas stuff that just sucked. It was like the biggest flashing,
the horrible under the lights.
We're about to lose. We're about to lose to Toledo. That was just like what that was saying to the universe.
Oh, Arizona could pick literally anybody except for a quarterback. They need things equally kind of everywhere. I do think Matt Golden's a good compliment for Marvin Harrison. Jahdae Barron be a good pick for them. Walter Nolan makes sense.
Yeah, if I ever don't know, I would be inclined to go with just the biggest, baddest. Yep, there you go. Interior line.
That is a big boy.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, somehow I know he's smaller than Kenneth Grant, but he looks bigger than Kenneth Grant.
He stood up, and I literally thought that he was going to hit his head on that 12-foot ceiling in that room that he's in. Like, this man is a house.
Yeah, that is a giant individual.
I mean, you get why people were trying to give him the bag when he was like 17.
Yeah.
That's another one of draft day watching, not just Ole Miss, which I did think a couple more guys were going to go a little bit earlier, but A&M and A&M transfers too. If you're an A&M fan, just like watching the draft highlights, just like how did we go 4-8 with all of these dudes?
Yeah.
And they did.
Yeah. They A&M is the quintessential you can't just buy a college football team. They were like, here's $100 million for all the best players. Oh, Liam's here. Liam, are you at a watch party?
What?
Are you at a watch party for the draft? Can you hear us? We have Liam live, boots on the ground. Oh, by the way, Ben, Liam's 12.
Hey, man, what's up?
We'll see if we can get the audio working better here for Liam. He's here showing up for the Chargers pick. See what the Chargers are going to do.
Okay.
The Bengals are obviously taking defense since their entire salary cap has been spent on offense.
Yeah, they really need to hit on some rookie contracts because they're going to be up against it very soon, if they're not already.
Yeah, he's they're a really strong Shamar Stewart team, I think. Devin Ezrairaku. I will get that name before the season starts. I'll figure out how to say it correctly.
Ezrairaku. And there's Ezrairaku and there's Prince Amuna Malian, the dude from
but he's back in college.
Oh, right on.
He's at Ole Miss now. Yeah, he
make-
declared for the draft from Nebraska, then changed his mind and went to Ole Miss. Same with Carson Beck changed his mind and went to Miami.
Hopefully it went better than it did for Beck.
Yeah. Okay.
Didn't Carson Beck like get his car stolen or something?
Hopefully.
Great. Thanks, Dave. You're supposed to know the football gossip, Dave.
No, AJ Brown got his car stolen, went on TikTok and was like, bring it back. And then somebody brought it back. So,
I mean, look at that. Yes, Carson Beck and his girlfriend had their cars stolen. Welcome to Miami. He had a Mercedes and a Lamborghini stolen. And his girlfriend had her Range Rover stolen.
well, he's getting $4 million this year from Miami. So,
I mean, good Lord. Yeah, one.
you know what
car
I do with
stolen.
$4 million? Yeah.
You
Well,
lock
what I
the
do when I
doors?
have
don't
$4
know.
million. Yeah, $4 million and a rapidly declining NFL future is I like to purchase a bunch of assets that will lose money, lose value right
That's
away.
correct. Yes, I need those.
I can't think of a better use of money.
Dave, how far away are the Bengals from being able to win the AFC North?
I have a bet already on the Bengals to win the Super Bowl this year. So they are right there. I think any of these teams could win the AFC North with just a little bit of help. The Bengals need literally 2 more professional football players on defense because they only have 9. You need 11 at a time. And the Steelers need a viable quarterback. And either of them can beat the Ravens. The Browns, they got a couple years yet, but I think the Bengals are right there.
So you think the Ravens are on their way down?
No, I think that if the Bengals are able to add, like if the Bengals can add 2 players, one that finishes top 3, another finishes top 7 in defensive rookie of the year voting this year, then they and the Ravens can easily just be very close to one another.
I see
Right.
that.
It's something negative about the Ravens necessarily.
Yeah. Where do you feel like the Lamar ceiling is, if there is one? Are we close to it?
Goat.
No.
Just goated. Just the all-time best to ever do it.
That's the ceiling.
Because I think that how to put this. So you know how like in the 80s and like John Stockton is a all-time great point guard, but he never shot the ball, which means he just can't touch Steph Curry. It doesn't matter how well he did everything else. Steph just showed up and was like, you don't matter anymore. You were great, but watch this.
Okay.
Lamar does that to like Peyton Manning. Like Peyton Manning was great. Lamar's like, I can also throw the ball well, but check this out. So I think that Lamar has the chance to be like the Steph Curry, where it's just like, and he can run like that. He just needs a couple championships to go along with it. Not 7. You need to get 7. At least 2. At least 2.
Yeah.
But if he gets 2 more, if he gets 2 Super Bowls and another MVP, given the way that he plays, Bengals take Shamar Stewart. That's who I wanted for the Lions. GOAT status should be in conversation for Lamar.
Shamar Stewart's got a great jacket.
Oh, that's amazing.
And I am not certain that there's a shirt underneath the jacket. It might just be straight velvet and gold chain. Looking very
I think you're right.
It's looking very Lonely Island, I'm on a boat music video. That is a strong fit.
What if he gets up on stage and Holly Rowe is like, have you ever met a mermaid?
I like that it was specifically Holly Rowe.
I just watched the WNBA draft and she was the one asking the questions.
There you go. I don't know if you saw, Dave, but Mina Kimes actually had a great 2-minute direct-to-camera video of responding to some asshole calling her a DEI hire at ESPN. And she just in her very strong way, just completely shut it down. And I watched it 5 times. It was
I
unfortunate
have not seen
they
that
had
yet.
to do that, but
yeah, I will watch it. Mina Kimes is one of only 2 people currently on ESPN who can share an opinion that might make a point I haven't thought of before. It's her and Scott Van Pelt.
that is
obviously
that is not who I was going to guess was the other one.
obviously Adam Schefter and Shams or whatever bring information I don't know. But when it comes to sharing an opinion, Stephen A. Smith has never said anything that isn't wildly unhinged that I haven't run through my head. It usually dismissed, right? But Mina Kimes will say oh, that's actually really interesting and different. I didn't think about that. That's it. So, no, she is not the DEI hire at ESPN.
Not even close. No. So when I was in college, I wrote for the Michigan newspaper for a little bit. And Adam Schefter came back one time and talked to all of us at the Michigan Daily.
That's
came back
cool.
and I think everybody knows at this point that he's a short guy. He kind of makes fun of that about himself.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he is the most stupidly jacked short dude I've ever seen. And we were college kids in the, college newspaper editorial room. These are the dorkiest of the dorks. And this dude comes in 5 foot nothing, 1,000% muscle. It's his shirt is going to explode while he's talking to us the whole time. And honestly, it's just probably because he's an NFL reporter. He just probably looked around after a while and was yeah, I need to just get through a locker room. I need to just beef up a little bit. And he totally did. That dude was he was a square shaped man, just short, but dude was just stupid big.
On his Kevin Hart, huh?
Very Kevin Hart, yes.
Yeah, that's did he talk to you guys you were a bunch of weaklings? Or was he look here, chicken shits?
Just looking around trying to well, I was maybe not with the sports section, but I wrote for the arts section. So if he was gonna fight anybody who was all right, who's reviewing the school play? Yeah, you guys. Just a line of noogies.
He just walks in the room. Sup, nerds? Let me cook.
Right. Let me cook 10 years before that was an expression. So we're what is he doing?
Yeah, no, he's a wordsmith.
He is a wordsmith.
Pick is in here for the Seahawks. I think this is going to be Gray Zabel. They just really need offensive line help, and he's the best ready to play offensive lineman.
That would just be such a weird thing to happen. I just can't imagine taking whatever Gray Zabel is over Will Johnson. Mel says Shador is the best available of all positions.
Mel Kiper says a lot of things.
Gray Zabel. All right. Okay. I guess.
Yeah, so Gray Zabel is actually a really, really good prospect. He played tackle in college because he was at North Dakota State, where I think he won 47 national championships. Yeah, because that's what they do. Correct. But 6'5.5", 312, doesn't have the arm length or lateral quickness necessarily to play tackle at the NFL level, but is a perfect guard prospect. And according to Scott, an even better center prospect.
Dave, I have a question about the arm length thing again. Are we talking average of your 2 arms? Like that's what you mean by arm length. It's the average of your two arms.
No, it's the measurement from your shoulder to.
Yes, but Dave, you have two arms. So how are they getting one number? Is it the average of both?
I mean, aren't they symmetrical?
Well, that was going to be
arms the same length.
Dave, that was going to be my question: is what if you have one super freakish long arm and one Mason Graham arm? Do they like average them to like? How are they getting this one number?
I've never heard of anybody having arms that asymmetrical before, but I suppose if somebody had like 139-inch arm and 133-inch arm, they'd be like, they're going to play on whatever side is the long arm. Oh, it's his right arm. He's a right tackle. Like you're not going to have your long arm to the inside towards the quarterback. I think is how they would solve that. They'd just be locked to the side of the line with the long arm.
There's just some like Moneyball team of guys who just have like one freakishly long arm out there. They're like, this guy's really good. He's just got one weird thing about him. But like, if we put him in the right position, it's going to work. Good for him.
Oh my goodness.
I think they've done well with like actually translating a lot of those guys to the NFL. Like that's not actually that big of a. We're not talking about a community college here. Like they crank out dudes.
Yeah, North Dakota State players can play, and like Grace Abel is going to be a very good player in the NFL for a very long time.
Oh,
his floor is like a couple Pro Bowls, I think. Like he's really good.
And everything about just looking at this
the
dude,
position's just not.
Everything about his entire vibe, from the mustache to just everything. He just looks like a guy who's going to love the breweries in the Pacific Northwest. Like he's going to really take to it well. He's going to definitely start his own like independent coffee bean roastery after he's done with playing for 14 years for the Seahawks. He's going to do well for himself. Good for this guy.
Yeah. Yeah. Good pick. Now the Seahawks, Post Malone is the coach of the Seahawks. That is not right. It is Mike McDonald.
Two men have never been confused for each other.
Mike McDonald, who's both a better football coach and musician.
Yes.
That's not true. I actually like a few Post Malone songs. Anyways, Mike McDonald's coaching for his job this year, and I just don't know if like we took a really good guard. Is like the Raiders took Brock Bowers last year, and everybody still got fired.
That did happen.
So that's why I'm thinking that maybe
Mike McDonald was wonderful in his one year defensive coordinating Michigan.
He sure was.
He kind of feels like a guy who maybe did get a head coaching job a little fast, which has worked for some other guys, but dude is like 35 when he became an NFL coach. That's worked a few times, but that's kind of a lot to ask of somebody. So
yeah,
you really think he's like hot seat if they don't, what do they need to do this year to be a check the box that it was successful? Make the playoffs?
Or just miss, maybe get really close.
Didn't they just miss last year? Like they should have made it.
Yeah.
So just do that again.
Yeah, because I think maybe not. Because the thing with Sam Darnold is very binary. Like the reason you bring on Sam Darnold is either he's like he was in Minnesota and you make the playoffs in your weak division, or he's seeing ghost again and you pick in the top 3. But the seeing ghost is really bad for the coaching staff.
Yeah, right.
So, but like they traded DK Metcalf. So you trade DK Metcalf and draft a guard with your job on the line. If my job was on the line, I don't think I would do that.
At least it gives us a team with Pickens and Metcalf on it at the same time, which will just be the most fun
unhinged.
I've ever seen. Yeah.
Absolutely unhinged.
They're really pushing Shador here. I don't think the Bucks are going to take Shador, but okay, ESPN, you had to roll your graphic out at some point.
Yeah, I think Bucks are a Devin Essie Araku team. I don't think it's actually as hard as I'm making it. I just gotta sit down and really like do my old speech therapy exercises with this one, and I'll get it.
It's the new version of the movie The King's Speech. They just make the guy say college football names.
Chris Fuamatuma Afala, Adewale Agunlie.
Adewale Agunlie is a solid one.
It's a great name too. If I was a rapper, I might just take that name as my stage name.
I could see it.
No.
I would buy the hell out of your album, Dave, just so you understand.
It would be trash. Trash album.
I would buy a physical CD of it where I have no way to listen to it.
Don't get me wrong. The bars would be okay. It's the Emeka Egbuka to the Bucks.
I like that. That's a pick of a team that thinks that they're good. They're like, yeah, give me a playmaker. We're solid. And they should be because their division is trash. They should win that division every year.
Yeah, that's also that's pretty much coffin time for Jalen McMillan, though. Because they got Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, they just signed to an extension, and McMillan took in the 5th round next year. They take Egbuka this year. Like, Jalen McMillan is...
Yeah, could be.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, if I'm a team that needs a receiver, I'm already inquiring. Like, they took McMillan in the 5th round last year. If I'm the Bills, I'm like, here's a 4th this year. Can we have him?
That's a good way to think of it. Yeah. Sometimes these picks that just kind of make sense. You're like, yeah, okay, that pick makes sense, but they do have knock-on effects that maybe they don't have time in 5 minutes to get to.
Is Egbuka the 2nd receiver taken?
We had Ted McMillan at 8. And
because Hunter's the defensive
Hunter
back.
is listed as a corner.
Yeah.
That's two receivers.
Ship it.
That was the bet. Him to be second.
I have an Egbuka 2nd wide receiver off the board. Where is it? Right here. At 7-1.
Well done, Dave.
And you know what?
Dave's wallet. We're always rooting for Dave's wallet.
I didn't have the heart and commitment because that line moved way against me. How come I can't do the? I'm not a PowerPoint person, especially because it's Excel. I got it at 7-1 last week, and I thought it was a great number. Today it was 16-1, and I was like, "Oh shit!" Well, that was a bad bet. Like, it's more than double the other way. That just means that bet's probably dead. If I had the heart and commitment, I would have doubled down at it with the better number. But I didn't do that. But that's okay. Still, ship that bet too. And now every bet after Loveland is profit. So that's just pure profit right there.
There we go.
Welcome everybody who's watching. Numbers just tripped up a little bit. Welcome. Please hit the like button if you hit the like button already. This political football will be here for the entire first round. I'm Dave. That's Ben. I'm a Lions fan. He's a Jets fan. We're both Michigan fans. And we're just patiently waiting to bring on Liam here when the Chargers are on the clock. He is a big-time Chargers fan. And we'll get his opinions when the Chargers are on the clock. The Broncos are on the clock. I could ship another one here. This, I believe, is either Omarion Hampton, running back North Carolina, or Travion Henderson, running back Ohio State. If it's Henderson, I win the Henderson 2nd running back prop too.
Hampton's got to be the better in the eyes of the PFFs of the world, though, right?
Only as a pure rusher, not as a pass catcher, not as a pass blocker. And if Sean Payton is looking for his joker position, his Alvin Kamara, Henderson's the better all-around fit for that.
I could see that.
Henderson if you put a gun to my head, I would say Hampton. but like I think it's 60-40. And so the odds I got for Henderson to be the second running back, I was like, well, I want to take that back. Let me double check what I did get for that.
I believe it was a swing pass. Henderson had one of the most just soul crushing for somebody rooting against Ohio State, just soul crushing touchdowns against. I think it was the Texas game in the playoff where it was like right before halftime.
Yes.
He just had some like 85-yard screen pass that he just then ran. Nobody touched him like 30 seconds before the half. You're just like, how did they contain him the whole time? And then just literally blows it open that once. He's very explosive.
I don't have on my list the Travion Henderson bet. I thought for sure I made this though. So I wonder if I just overlooked it in the app. But maybe not, because that's how my brain works. So maybe I didn't actually make it. Maybe like I went to make it, I didn't like the number or something. But I remember being really excited about it. Oh well.
Look at it
I
this way.
I do have Henderson in
the
this
money and you didn't even realize.
Right, exactly. I do have Henderson in my mock in this spot though for the Broncos. So but given that I didn't make that bet, or I don't think I did, I'd rather have Hampton go here because I think Henderson is more likely to go to the Commanders or Chiefs than Hampton. I for sure have them taking a running back with their first player. And I think Henderson is a better complement with Pacheco and Brian Robinson than Hampton is. So given that for my money, we'd actually want this to be Hampton.
I don't know, man. Mel doesn't even have Travion up there. So,
well, let's see. He's got Shedeur Sanders, who is Tua. He's got Will Johnson, who has no shoulders. He's got Josh Simmons, who has one knee. So
we have to root for Will Johnson to get drafted.
I think Will Johnson's going to go in the first round, but he's got some like long-term medical issue concerns now, like with his toe injury and whatnot. It's like, does he only have like a 6-year shelf life, which is tough for a first round pick.
He was hurt for the bulk of that time, which does suck for him.
Yeah.
But I mean, God, when he was out there, he was so good.
Oh, he's so good. Yeah. Okay, the Broncos pick is in. They let Javonte Williams go.
They're showing Golden, but Golden doesn't look happy, so it probably wasn't Golden.
No, this would be a weird Golden spot. Like they already have Marvin Mims to do that. Like it seems like it'd be a weird place to put him. Oh, we got the Make-A-Wish kids. Okay. Get to come out here and make a pick. See, I think I'd be way too scared to do anything that public. I'd be like, I don't know, what would I, if I was like 12 or 13? God, what would I want to do? Yeah.
What would your Make-A-Wish be?
Yeah, it depends on the age, I guess. But yeah, probably just like sideline passes to Michigan or something. Right. Nothing like overly like I'm on national TV reading a card. I don't think I could do it.
This kid's got some great Gen Z hair. That's like solid, right? That is Gen Z dude hair. I don't even know if he is Gen Z. I don't know where the cutoff for that would be, actually. This dude might be whatever the next. Oh, okay.
Gen Alpha starts 2014, I think.
You had Barron. You had some prop on Barron.
Yeah, I had Barron going 5th to the Jacksonville spot. But yeah, Jahdae Barron to the Broncos, completely off the wall pick here as far as like what people expected, but not an off the wall pick for the Broncos because they're like, well, we have a division against with Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert. We already have Patrick Surtain II. Let's put Barron on the other side and just be like, you can't pass on us.
Yeah.
Beat us some other way.
I actually really think the way to get from like dog shit to picking 20th is you need a bunch of positions to improve. But the way to get from like 20th to we're in the Super Bowl is you need to start doubling down on strengths. So like,
yes,
maybe we don't have a Pro Bowler at every single level of the field, but like, let's just have like the Legion of Boom, like let's just have like one part of our defense be unbelievably elite and we'll just build around that. So yeah, if you have one great corner, you don't just say, oh, we have a good corner, let's take a linebacker. Like, no, get two. Like just be sick at that one thing and build off of that. I think I like that choice. And Texas secondary was very good. They had a really good safety too. I forget the guy's name, but they were solid in the secondary.
Yeah, the safety's name is
Is it Makuba?
Yes, Andrew Makuba.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a potential Jalen Milroe spot here to Pittsburgh.
That's just
and if that happens, ship it.
Oh.
So I think at any point now, any of the quarterbacks are perfectly reasonable if somebody just stands pat to take them. I think trading up for Milroe or Shuck would be crazy. But if the Steelers are like, this is who we want, this is our guy. I mean, Milroe is a sick athlete, could throw the ball over them, their mountains. You can see it. You can see it with him. You can see how he's so good in 3 years. Right? So, pick is in. Hope they just try to take Gray Zabel again.
They have no idea that Ashton Genty already got picked, and they're like, "Wait, what?"
Over here, let me check over here right quick.
Why did literally no one whose family they're cutting to looks happy? ESPN has no idea who's about to get picked,
or they don't want to tip it, one or the other.
Why? For 5 seconds? All right, it's allegedly
Milroe's second pick taken 10-1, or second pick, second quarterback taken.
Second quarterback
10-1. And I'm quickly running out of other places to start turning a profit. So this would be a good one. And Liam, get ready. You're on deck after this pick because the Chargers are going to be up.
Really slow roll in this one too.
They are.
Maybe the Steelers actually do not know.
Derek Harmon is a very, very stereotypical Steelers pick. He's a great defensive tackle. Started at Michigan State. Was actually good there, which, hasn't had that much recently. Then transfers to Oregon, where he's amazing, but he's got some serious medical issues that are the reason he wasn't picked 12. And dropped him down to here. But apparently the Steelers cleared him. So Liam, welcome to the show. I don't know if he can hear us. So if the Chargers were to take a Wolverine, it would be Will Johnson.
Yep.
Egbuka is off the board. Yo, what's up, Liam? So the Chargers are on the clock here. Will Johnson's still on the board if they want a Wolverine. I think the Ohio State player Trevion Henderson would be a good fit for them as well. So this is going to be very interesting. Ben, as a Michigan fan, would you rather see Harbaugh take a Wolverine or see his growth, have him take an Ohio State player?
This is a pick right here.
Dave, how is that even a question, man? That's like, what are we doing? Obviously, I want to see him take Will Johnson, man.
Okay.
I wanted to see him take Kenneth Grant just because I wanted to see Harbaugh call him a gift from the football gods again.
Yeah. The thing with Will Johnson on the board, if the Chargers don't take him, that really does say something about something. Like, it either says something's really wrong with Will Johnson's injury, or the Chargers really, really like the player they took.
That is also very true. Yeah. All right, they're looking. Oh no, that's the Steelers again.
Oh,
I don't know.
Harmon,
I think
Farmington Hills, Michigan.
Not a babe.
Shout out Farmington Hills.
Shout out Farmington Hills.
Paul saying Kuiper is all in on Sanders.
Dave, are they eating an illegal amount of Hungry Howies right now at Harmon's house?
Probably.
Hope so.
Probably. I mean, the amount of like pizza and sides we would get to have like 2 or 3 of us watching the draft could have been a war crime. It's like somebody is starving somewhere because of the amount of pizza we had in that living room.
And that's just you watching the draft. Imagine if it was you potentially getting drafted and it's a 6'5", 350-pound version of you. We're talking.
Oh yeah.
Talking some slices, man.
Yeah. That got it. I was 6'5", 350. I would have been a nightmare as a teenager. If I had like real physical size when I was a teenager, that would have been really bad. I would have been fighting because anybody who got smart with me or was like, because I got like the strong social justice thing, like somebody just said one thing I don't like, I'm just smacking them and I'm going to start football player. What are they going to do? Suspend me? Oh, I'd be smacking so many kids. It's a good thing I wasn't huge.
That's probably good. I also do want to interject the possibility that if you were 6'5", 350 and a teenager, maybe people wouldn't be talking shit to you. I think that's another thing to consider, is that you wouldn't probably be the person who someone would want to come and be like, you know who I'm going to like try it with today? The dude who's going in the first round in like 3 years. Yeah,
that's true. But if my personality is the same, a lot of my friends would still be the same. So then I got somebody like Jeff comes to me and he's like, this guy said this. And I'm like, all right.
No questions. I
guess that's how it's going to be.
That's fine. I see.
You know? Yeah. So yeah, that would be, also, Don is taller than me. And one time I was really out of line when I was 14 and he was able to stare me down. If I was 6'5", that probably goes a really different way. If I was 6'5", 350 and he like tries to stare me down, but he's like looking at my chin instead, probably not the same outcome.
But we don't know how long your arms are in this situation, Dave. So are you just like T-Rexing at people?
So Don still has reach on me, so he can still like get the jabs in and get out of the way or something. Yeah,
it's hard to know. That is a pretty dope chain.
I don't think he can hear us, but he does have the lightning bolt chain on. Also, the Chargers are still on the clock. They are really thinking about what to do here, or maybe talking to somebody about a trade.
You shouldn't, if you're picking this late, you shouldn't need the whole time. So
unless something like went crazy off the board in front of you, like Jade Barron. Like maybe they were like, there's no way Omarion Hampton's on the board for us at 22, and now he is. And now they're doing like the Hampton versus Will Johnson versus whatever sort of thing. They probably think Matthew Golden would be there, right? There could be any number of ways this could go here.
I never thought about it the way you said it, Dave, but it is actually a huge red flag. That's so true.
Yeah. Shedeur Sanders, 96% chance to be drafted by 21st pick. According to what? Because I never really thought that's the case. Like the last couple.
Or starting when? Like when were they doing those? Like was it within the last few weeks or like for the last year or something. Because
Right.
sure, maybe a year ago
Right.
people were saying that, but
Will Johnson or
Will Johnson or who? Or Matt Golden? Both would be really good. Both would be really, really good pick choices here.
Jim Harbaugh is
I
like
feel like
falling out of his chair.
Yeah, I feel like Golden and Ladd McConkey are a little too overlapping. So I don't think they would take Golden for that reason. Like I think if Ted McMillan was here, they would think about that. I really think they did not think Omari and Hampton would be on this board, and they are real like. And I think Harbaugh is like losing it, wanting them to take Hampton here, and they're trying to tell him like why you don't take a running back in the first round, and because this is really interesting. Because Harbaugh always has a plan. Like you would think he would know what he wants to do here, especially with Will Johnson still on the board.
I just cannot imagine having to make a really time-sensitive, tough argument to Jim Harbaugh once he has his mind made up. Oh, Liam looks flabbergasted.
He does. He does look flabbergasted. And I think, okay, did he fall out of his chair? Did he pull a Harbaugh?
I don't know. I think we just skipped. Oh wait.
Wait, what?
There was 1 second on the clock. I was skipped.
Okay, so your broadcast is ahead of us. Okay. Okay, I see what happened. The clock went to 0 before saying the pick is in. He thought he went Vikings 2003.
Yeah,
and just missed their
the
pick.
Vikings did do that,
Okay.
which I still cannot believe. Jimmy, come on, just pull the trigger, man.
I think if this is Omari and Hampton, that would be really fun. Like fantasy football. I think Omari and Hampton, Najee Harris backfield is really good, and it would keep Omari and Hampton really cheap this year because people would think, oh, it's a committee or whatever, when really Hampton will just dust Najee Harris by midseason. I think that could be really fun.
Didn't Dobbins do quite well last year, at least at the start?
For 10 weeks. Then it turned out he has no cartilage in either knee. And that was that
problem.
Yeah,
you can do a lot worse than being Jim Harbaugh's running back. That's you're going to get a pretty good workload.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are really the pick has been in for a while. They are really milking this.
Well, we're going to get Liam's reaction before we see it because he's ahead of us. So we're gonna get to know here. Meanwhile, Jason asking the most important questions: why does Mel Kiper look like the Penguins? Because he's from Baltimore.
He does. Hey man. Why you got to rag on Baltimore? He does have the most prominent Baltimore accent of like any famous person. So
he does. He's like the Baltimore Gretchen Whitmer.
He is
Paul
season 2. He's season 2 of The Wire, but football version.
My screen just froze.
Harbaugh's looking happy. No, that froze on the broadcast.
Okay. It is Hampton. They did go Hampton.
They did do it.
And that's why it took so long. They really didn't think he was going to be there. They had to adjust on the fly to doing it. Omari and Hampton playing for Jim Harbaugh. I want a market as soon as I can find that Hampton leads rookies in rushing yards this year.
I think
because he's got Najee Harris on the team and Gene T on the Raiders. I bet you I can get 10-1 on that right when it opens.
It would be hard. I think all-purpose yards would definitely be Genty, but yeah, I think maybe not yards, but maybe carries he would lead the league in.
But the thing is, I think the Chargers is going to be better on offense and better able to just
Then the
score
Raiders,
more points.
absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
And the Raiders, like, there's a chance Marion Hampton ends up being the best player on the Chargers offense. Ashton Jeanty will not be better than Brock Bowers. Brock Bowers is going to the Hall of Fame. Brock Bowers will be the best player in any team he's on for a very long time.
You're not.
So, like,
you're not
Brock
counting
Bowers is
Herbert
going to
in
get.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, because you know what I mean. Like, players who are going to
Yeah.
get the ball and do things with the ball.
Yeah.
But if, like, a year from now we're like, oh yeah, Hampton's much more important than Ladd McConkey, that will shock anybody. But
Yes,
Brock
that is
Bowers
true.
is.
The Chargers were very good and actually were kind of piecing it together with a bunch of like sides instead of an entree. And I think perhaps Hampton could be that. But yeah, I would definitely take like strong, young. We drafted him in the first round, running back in a Harbaugh scheme to lead rookies and carries. Absolutely. He's going to get
But
the ball.
but the combination of Genty just being who he is and Najee Harris being on the Chargers is going to keep those odds really good when that market opens. So I'll be looking for that right away.
As you should. It's unlike you to gamble, Dave.
It really is. Normally I keep the gambling to things that are more reasonable, like third division Finnish soccer games and who the next pope is going to be. But sometimes you got to, bet the NFL.
I actually really loved your line on betting on the pope after this pope.
Yeah, that wasn't even my research. That's something I read from like multiple sources. They're putting him out there now to see how he does to set him up for the next time if the next one is like another 77-year-old dude.
Which is a safe bet.
Except the guy I like at 6-1 from the Congo is 64. So we might get a 25-year pope or something, which personally I would think they would want after
Success.
We've already lost 3 this century already. You think I might want 25 years, right?
I wonder though if it's in your favor when you're older in the conclave to be like, look, it would only be me for a little while, like you're kind of, it's almost like a term limit.
I mean, that's true. That's true. That's a good point. Well, Liam seems pretty happy with the pick.
Love it.
Everybody seems pretty happy. I mean, he wasn't throwing things across the room. So
it's really all we need for the draft. It's just don't let it ruin your night. If it doesn't ruin your night, you had a good night. God, I hope the Packers do something really stupid and all these fans just get pissed.
This feels like a Matthew Golden spot to me.
Is that just because you want the Lions to take him and you're reverse jinxing?
No, it's because I think the Packers sneaky need a wide receiver, and I think their Shaq Golden is still there. That's my thought process. Because Romeo Dobbs isn't actually good, and Dontavian Wicks isn't actually good, and Christian Watson actually is never healthy. So they have Jaden Reed. They really only have Jaden Reed. It just doesn't feel like it.
Christian Watson is the guy who made Aaron Rodgers, I think, finally lose his last marble. Just like, how many 60-yard dimes are you going to drop? I just can't do this anymore.
The way Isaiah Bond ran Nick Saban out of coaching?
Yes, correct.
That's the scuttlebutt, is that him, Isaiah Bond, and Jermaine Burton were just so problematic that Nick Saban was like, I can't coach these young kids anymore, and retired.
Maybe it was them, not to hate on Milroe anymore, but maybe it was that. Maybe it was just having a guy who's that good of an athlete who you're Nick Saban and you still can't teach him how to be a quarterback. I mean, imagine having Mac Jones be better at anything than Jalen Milroe, but he was. So, You know, if Kalen DeBoer and Nick Saban can't turn you into a quarterback, like maybe you're a receiver.
I think it's just a little too harsh on Jalen Milroe. I think that Jalen Milroe is a above average college quarterback with 9.9 out of 10 athleticism.
I think he was above average, yeah.
With still like a lot of room to explore.
I
shout
would
out to
definitely
Liam
say he
still
was
on the
above
stream.
average.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, shout out to Liam. Great to have you always. Glad the Chargers made a good pick for you, an exciting one, exciting for fantasy. Tell your dad I said to get you an authentic Omarion Hampton jersey by tomorrow. Jake, you're welcome.
Yeah, I don't know. Not to rag on the guy, because like clearly Jalen Milroe is a freak athlete. He's like obviously awesome. A guy who's that good, just at like we could make up a sport tomorrow and he'd be amazing at it. It just blows my mind when you have that level of coaching around someone and it's still like some of the throws in that like last bowl game against Michigan were just like it was bad. Like Davis Warren was outplaying him. It was like
but
that
game doesn't count. That game didn't count for them. Like they really did not give a shit.
Nah.
I think judging him against the national title team in the Rose Bowl the year before, couple of fumbles, that sort of thing. But also the good things he did in that game.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think the good things he did in that game too are the reasons to.
Sure.
But like, Ryan Williams didn't do anything against Michigan either without Will Johnson on the field. Like Alabama was not interested in that game. They still should have won by 30.
Right. I don't know.
Who do we think reads the pick for the Packers? It can't be Rodgers because he's like on another team, and it can't be Favre because of.
Please let it be Lil Wayne. Please make it Lil Wayne. He came all the way.
Schefter just tweeted. Yeah, knee issue for Will Johnson. That's what I was hearing too. Also, the shoulder is still bothering him a bit, but the knee could be the longer term issue.
That sucks.
It does.
I cannot tell who that guy is standing next to Goodell. He looks almost exactly like Goodell.
Those are the same person.
Okay. Is that Sherrod Brown?
Oh my gosh, Sherrod Brown.
Oh,
who apparently is not running for Senate in 2026. He's going to run for governor instead, it sounds like. Oh, shit. Hang on. Okay. Personally, I think Sherrod Brown should run in 2026 to force the GOP to run at least a somewhat reasonable, normal person. Because if they run an absolute lunatic against Brown, they'll lose. But
I think this year, Virginia, Jersey, plus the cycles where Trump is not on the ballot will be very interesting. I'm already going.
Yeah. I'm already referring to Abigail Spanberger.
Yeah, should be
Madam Governor.
Be. I guess they give the president of the team some shine. Let him talk about how great Green Bay is.
For the first time since 2002, there goes Matthew Golden. Yep, first time taking a wide receiver the first time since 2002. And the crowd goes nuts. As a Lions fan, I am perfectly fine with that. I do also think that's a perfectly reasonable spot in the draft for Matthew Golden to go. But
It's been a few picks since we've had a really killer outfit, and this one is doing it for me. This one's like really,
That's
making it work.
slick.
Golden
Paul's
does not
right, though.
look about Green Bay.
Although I get the feeling that he might just look nonplussed all the time.
Why? What about his vibe doesn't scream town of 150,000 people in northern Wisconsin?
The fact that he's actually walking out of the stadium rather than walking up to Goodell.
Maybe
Maybe just gets in a car and drives off.
just gets on a plane. Because I'm sure the airport is like shares a parking lot with the stadium. It's like probably the biggest thing in the entire county. My mom is a huge Packers fan because she went to college in Wisconsin. And she did she was like a medical assistant in undergrad at UW Green Bay. And they used to take when like a football player would come in for their physical or whatever, they have the blood pressure things that they put around like your bicep, and they have some that they put around your leg. And she said that they would have to take for the football players, like the normal person one that goes around your thigh. They would have to take that one and put it around their bicep because that was like the only thing that would fit because they were just like so much bigger than everybody else. But she liked Wisconsin so much that she went to UW for med school. So just like solidifying the cheeseheadness. Not in any way that should be a threat to you, Dave.
That's fine. I'm just glad you didn't inherit it.
No, the Packers, I mean, if you're not actually from there, it's like the Cowboys. It's like a huge, bandwagon fan base for sure. But the thing they have going for them is that it's by far the smallest town with a huge dynastic team in it in America. So that's pretty sweet. What is he doing? I don't have the sound on.
I think he just got to make a speech because it's to the home crowd.
Okay. I thought he was just going in. I don't have
just grabbing the mic and spitting a hot 16 real quick.
Literally. I mean, who cares? It's almost 11 p.m. on the East Coast. Let's go.
Vikings pick is in. I'm actually surprised the Vikings held on to this pick and didn't trade it. I thought this was a very, very likely spot for somebody to come up for a quarterback because the Vikings only have 4 picks in the entire draft.
Wow. What did they lose their picks for?
They traded. They traded up for McCarthy, right?
Was it for McCarthy?
Yeah, because they took McCarthy and Dallas Turner in the first round last year. So they must have traded somewhere to get one of them.
Did they trade for Darnold or was he a free agent?
He was a free agent. Yeah, I just don't really see it with Matthew Golden. Not like I think he's bad or anything. I just don't see it as this like first round. Like, I don't understand why Matthew Golden is for sure in the first round, but not Jaden Higgins from Iowa State. You know what I mean? I just don't get why him necessarily, but that doesn't mean I think he's a bad prospect or that was a bad pick or anything. I'm happy that the Packers took him and not some just absolute lock monster.
I mean, I think Higgins is, I forget what his like PFF numbers look like, but a receiver who's that big and that fast, even if his numbers are whatever in college because he went to Iowa State, like that's a dude I'm looking at and just going like, we could do something with that. Yeah.
Oh shit, Arezaraku is still on the board, isn't he?
Did you get it right? Did you nonchalant it and say it right there?
I think I might have.
Atta babe.
I think I might have. But if that's the case,
Boy, these Packers fans really look like they've been having some beers. Oh, it's Donovan Jackson.
Son of a that he was supposed to go to the Lions.
Well, Dave. This is what happens when you don't trade up for your Ohio State guard in the first round.
Yeah, because he'd be ready to step in and start because we need to replace Kevin Zeitler. But again, I think this is a result of Tyler Booker going so early, right? It moved all the guards up higher.
I really would love to see some highlights of Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant just running him over.
The Giants are on the clock.
Is that who Houston traded with?
Yep.
Is this Shador?
It's Dart.
You think so?
I think it's for Dart.
Oh, we got Schefter reading texts live on air.
Always the best.
In the hoodie suit combo.
Okay. So the Giants are on the board. I wonder if this trade included Thibodeau.
Or, I mean, Jameis. They're saying Jackson Dart, but I don't know if that means they're saying they're going to take him or they might. Dion doesn't look he doesn't look like his kid's about to get drafted.
No, he doesn't. And Dion normally carries himself with that insane level of confidence that like the Doge guys have. Except for Dion, it's kind of founded. But so when he's not looking happy, he is not looking happy.
And they're showing Jackson Dart posing for pictures, so.
And in my mock, I did have Dart to the Giants. I'm coming up to 18 to get him and not 25, but I did have Dart to the Giants.
Jackson Dart is from Utah?
Yeah, and then he went to USC and then Ole Miss. What a life.
Yeah, really.
Paul says, God, please let it be Dart. Kuiper might have a heart attack. Oh, man. Yeah, this could really be something here. Also, I love how it's 2 picks later. Matthew Golden is still out on the stage taking pictures with the crowd.
It's like
vibe has changed. He seems pretty happy to be there.
Yeah, no, I think it's really set in that he gets to be in the NFL now. So perhaps he's happy. He just finally Googled the Packers and he's like, oh no, they've been good. This is cool. They're like. Dave, is the Saquon commercial triggering you because he was a running back drafted in the first round?
No. So I have a question for you.
Okay.
Who was the last running back drafted in the first round to win the Super Bowl? With the team that drafted them.
Oh. Is it a trick question that it's like never happened before or something? Or was it Emmitt Smith?
It's definitely happened. It's not Emmitt Smith. He's the second most recent.
Which means there's one that has been more recent.
Yep.
Terrell Davis.
6th round pick.
Oh shit. Oh man.
Yeah.
Not
good pick.
Close. Good pick.
Yeah.
I don't know who.
Jamal Lewis.
Love that.
Yeah.
Had that one year with 2,000 yards.
Mm-hmm. No, won a Super Bowl with
he was like a
with
280-pound running back somehow.
But ran like a 4.41.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So Jamal Lewis is the last one to do it. That was 25 years ago. So I don't Like, I think Bijan Robinson should have been a first-round pick. I think Jahmyr Gibbs should have been a first-round pick, but later. I think Ashton Jeanty should have been a first-round pick. But teams keep taking them too high if they can't pay off their value for the teams that take them. Todd Gurley, Christian McCaffrey should be first-round picks. Gurley almost did it. McCaffrey never came close.
I don't know if you told me this or if I just found this out somewhere in an attempt to troll you for the Lions someday. It was probably around the Super Bowl that Matt Stafford won, where it was like Stafford with the Rams ended up being the first quarterback the Lions ever drafted to play in or win the Super Bowl. And what was funny about it wasn't just that, but it was also that Russell Wilson had won a Super Bowl before, and Russell Wilson got drafted by the Oakland A's. So actually there was a little while where the Oakland A's had drafted a Super Bowl winning quarterback before the Detroit Lions had, and they're not even a football team.
Oh, man. So the Yankees.
I think he got drafted a couple of years. Yeah.
Because the Yankees drafted John Elway.
I think Mahomes also got drafted by the MLB as well.
Okay.
But yeah, just fun times. Fun draft facts about the teams we root for that make us sad.
Who was Peyton Manning's backup quarterback his first 3 years at Tennessee?
Todd Helton.
Correct. Good pull. Like the reverse. It's like, you know what? I'm not cut out for football. Look at that guy. I'm going to go play for the Rockies.
Yep.
All right. Please be Jackson Dart.
Got to go wake my TV up.
Yeah, no worries. Jackson Dart is the pick.
Well, they're pumped.
Can you hear me? Are your headphones in?
Yeah, no, I can hear you.
Okay. Hold something dark up to your camera lens and block like the entire thing. Okay. Now pull it away. Did not work that great.
Super
Pick like
blurred.
an actual dark object. Yeah, because blurry. To like get to refocus.
It's drunk, Dave. It's like 11.
Do you have like cell phone, something like that?
I'll figure it out. Maybe this is just how I actually look.
Liam says, who in that draft room took Dart over Sanders? I would take Jackson Dart over Shedeur Sanders 100 times out of 100.
Apparently Dave did.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even a question for me. Now, I would take either of them in the first round, really. But of the two, like, I'm taking Jackson Dart over Shedeur every time. I would take Jalen Miller over Shedeur because Shedeur will be a better quarterback than Jalen Miller 85% of the time, but that 15% of the time, Jalen Milroe is going to the Hall of Fame. Right. So if I'm doing that, like I just want it to win then, you know? Oh,
I guess.
Look at the change in perspective.
I just got taller, Dave.
I mean, Jackson Dart is a better athlete than Shedeur Sanders. He has a better arm than Shedeur Sanders. He's not as accurate because Shedeur is like top-notch accuracy, like really good.
Yeah.
But everything else about Dart's game, I think, is better. So
I wonder if Shedeur Sanders would be regarded more highly if he wasn't Shedeur Sanders, if there wasn't that connection. I think a lot of that raises an expectation for people that you can only disappoint from where it's like, I mean, the dude is just, I mean, he was running for his life his entire time at Colorado and still was making plays every single week.
Did the Falcons just trade into this pick at 26?
Yes, with
the Rams.
The Rams were here.
I think the Rams were all set to take Jackson Dart, and that's why the Giants moved to there.
Would have made sense. Again, Stafford's like,
yeah.
Stafford's in the back nine.
This is it. This is it for him. I mean, lights, noise, letter X. Dogs and cats living together. Yeah, no, I think I knew the end of the first round would be full of trades because this is where teams will get the quarterbacks that they need. Please let the Falcons trade up for Shedeur Sanders.
Yes. Do it again. Run it back. We want to put $500 million into our quarterback room and split it between 3 guys.
And win 7 games.
They could just have some weird package where Cousins, Penix, and Shedeur are out there at the same time.
This is a mathematically correct statement. The Colorado O-line is so outlier bad, it might actually be their fault. Like, they were so horrific, it might actually be like a lot more their fault than Shedeur's fault, even though, yes, sacks our QB stat usually does indicate on the quarterback. Maybe not, but like they were really bad.
Oh, Mina Kimes is saying the foul. Oh, James Pierce Jr. That's fun. But
I thought they were coming up from Mike Green. So the Falcons have taken 2 edges in the first round this year after being bottom 5 in the league in pass rush rate last year. Which makes sense in their division, because in their division they're going to play against Bryce Young, Spencer Rattler, and Baker Mayfield. So they're like, well, if we can get after the quarterback, we can really
and PFF loves Pierce. So I mean, I remember him being good, but I think the analytics around him is even more bullish.
He has either an injury concern or legal concern. I cannot remember which. My apologies to Mr. Pierce, especially if it's an injury concern. I'm rewinding real quick. The Rams got the Falcons second, the 2026 first. The Falcons got the 26th and the 3rd round pick this year. So the Rams pick up another 1st round pick for next year, which is very smart because they're going to need a quarterback. So having 2 1st round picks next year is really good. So you can move up and get whatever quarterback isn't Arch Manning, since he'll go 1st overall to the Saints.
There's just an article in sportingnews.com called "What Did James Pierce Do?"
Oh.
He was going 63 and a 35 with an expired tag and a suspended license.
Well, that shows he's got like stick-to-itiveness. Like he's not just going to be shut down. Like he's going to fight through the blocking to get to the quarterback quickly.
I mean, it's very Georgia Bulldogs of him to have some sort of auto-related issue.
It is,
but but bringing it home to Tennessee. Glad that story wasn't worse than it could have been. I hate Googling that kind of shit when it's like,
Papa Dart's really excited. Oh my! You know what's about to happen here? The Ravens are about to take Will Johnson.
Good, because they're smart.
Yeah, and just get like another just like great player.
Yeah,
because he's played in their system because they
he
run
literally
the Ravens defense at Michigan.
That's so much better of a match than the Chargers. Like, no, it's actually the Ravens are Michigan. Yeah, that's absolutely what's about to happen.
Yeah. And it's the right part of the draft to where, like, well, if the need doesn't work out, hey,
Right. Maybe he's
You know.
Charles Woodson. Maybe he never played. But yeah.
Yeah. And then the pick is in for the Ravens. Then the Lions are on the clock. Oh, no. You know what? I think there's an even better fit for the Ravens, maybe. It might be Malachi Starks.
Did they need safety more?
Malachi Starks, yes, because Kyle Hamilton kind of plays everywhere. So they do need like an actual pure safety because Hamilton can play safety and slot and kind of linebacker and everything. So they could use another really good safety where like Kyle Hamilton doesn't have to help him. It could just go nuts. So, and you could argue that Starks is a better prospect than Will Johnson anyways. It's just that the positional value corner is worth more.
Starks is very good.
But so either of them would make sense. Liam says Ron Harbaugh picking a Michigan player. Now that's that pipeline right there. We get all their coaches and then they get all our players. They got Ojabo. They took Chris Wormley. I feel like they had somebody else for a while. Bredesen. The offensive line Bredesen was with them for a while.
Hey, John Harbaugh grew up in Ann Arbor too.
Yep. What do you think the chances are when Mike McDonald gets fired after this year, we can get him to come back to Michigan to be DC?
Not nothing, but
because he hated recruiting, but now there's the money aspect. So
I think if you're 35 and you get a head coaching job in the NFL, you think you're an NFL guy. Like,
yeah, because what'll happen is Jesse Minter will get a head coaching job after this year, and McDonald will go to the Chargers.
That could definitely happen.
And DC the Chargers with Jim Harbaugh instead. Yeah, never mind. We're stuck with Wink, who did get a lot better over the course of the season. Like he finally realized, like, I'm coaching college ball.
It ended up okay. It really, like, to come out of 2024 as a Michigan fan and be like, boy, that defense was the real problem. Like, no, the fact that we only put 10 players out on offense every time was the problem. It was 10 players, but the quarterback was just a piñata. The center is just snapping it to no one every play. That was the problem.
Okay,
I honestly think if they had high school Bryce Underwood, they could have won 10 games.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. That's why, like, I was really upset that Arch didn't transfer to Michigan. Like, you're going to sit behind Quinn Ewers again? Like, bro, just walk in and start right here. We just put JJ into the top 10.
Yeah, I don't know if he was going anywhere north of South.
I mean, that's fair.
I think he's,
but just like more spiritually, we got an oh my gosh from Liam in the chat.
Sure.
So
do.
We'll see who the Ravens take here.
I think you were right, Dave.
Malachi Starks.
Now, do you want the Lions to take Will Johnson?
No. Because we have like actual needs that we need to fill on a team that's looking to win right now. And I don't think we can, like, I don't want to take a risk on Will Johnson right now when we are second favorites in the conference to go to the Super Bowl behind the Eagles. I want that's why I want Donovan Jackson. Like, we need a guard, get in there and play guard. Right. I was kind of hoping for that. Our boy Ezra Raku is still out there. which I'll really have to learn how to say if he ends up going to the Lions. We just extended Kirby Joseph, so I don't think Nick Amanawari. We are going to trade Jameson Williams sometime this weekend, I'm pretty sure. So wide receiver is in play. I don't see Luther Burden being a Dan Campbell guy. I see Luther Burden being a great replacement for Jameson Williams. I just don't see him being a guy that Dan Campbell would be about. But what we also need is just a big outside wide receiver. I can see Jaden Higgins being a play for the Lions here.
Is then the choice. Well, because if you're losing Williams, you want the 6'4" guy.
Yeah, because Williams is like because they can't pay him. But they have to pay Hutchinson, and they have to pay like 4 more players coming up from future drafts. Jameson Williams is obviously the player because of his position and everything, and the timing of it. They're gonna go. Pick is in already for the Lions. Oh yeah, Paul got here. Do you think the Chargers might trade for JMO? I think that'd be really smart. I think that'd be a really great. I think Jameson Williams and Ladd McConkey would be. That'd be pretty sexy. I'm not gonna lie. Justin Herbert with his cannon for an arm, just throwing absolute piss missiles down the field to Jameson Williams. Yeah, that could be pretty cool.
Sounds like Dave's into it.
Yeah, Jameson Williams with a good deep ball throwing quarterback is good. Good weather, indoors mostly.
Yeah. No, you
technically
don't have to
SoFi Stadium is outdoors. But.
I mean, they were finding every way to get him the ball toward the end of the year. They were doing end arounds and all kinds of shit, and it was just like, yeah. Turns out when this guy has like any space, he's just super, super elite. You could do a lot worse than that, and that's the kind of guy who's worth trading for. If you have the cap space.
Absolutely.
But I mean, let's go, Lions. Let's see what we got. Get this. Good on Starks for knowing to wear the like off purple.
Yeah, let me get our guy Ezra Raku here, right? I mean, we obviously need more pass rush. We're getting Hutch back, of course, but we're losing Zadarius Smith, who we traded for last year. Let's get somebody who can rush the passer. I think Nick Amanawari, the safety out of South Carolina, would be in play if they had it just extended Kirby Joseph. So, by the way, Kirby Joseph, 4 years, $86 million. Remember when he almost beat Michigan? The game Corum got hurt before Ohio State.
Sure
Malachi starts to the Ravens. It's just unfair. Like they literally Jesse Pinkman. They can't keep getting away with this meme. I mean, I'm okay with it because that's my AFC squad. So, I don't mind it, but. Diabetes.
I mean, yeah, him and Hamilton is pretty awesome.
Yeah. Lions fans representing, though. I love that.
And they're almost like the Ravens are almost like a college program where they can even take a guy who's like maybe a B+ level pro prospect, and they get every single ounce of talent out of their guys. Like they are a development machine.
Schroeder, you can walk literally anywhere.
Choosing to go there, Dave. Yep, there it is. There's your thumbnail right there for this episode.
Man, making thumbnails. You can make them in ChatGPT now, but it's still... I'm working on a project in ChatGPT, as you know, but it's not out there for everybody yet, but it is exactly. And getting it to do what you want it to do is a skill. Like it takes it takes a lot of like really beating this thing to get it to do what you want it to do. All right, here comes the Lions.
Ooh. Little Buckeye flavor for you, Dave.
I'll take it. That's fine. Tyler Williams, defensive tackle, position in need. Not this year. I think Tyler Williams is a backup this year, but DJ Reader is 30, and our other guy is like 32 or something. So having Tyler Williams ready to step in is really good. I don't think Tyler Williams is anything super special necessarily, but again, not bad. Going to be a solid starter. Good position that we need. I think it's a perfectly fine pick. And of course, maybe he's really good and he just played defense for Ohio State because their defensive players tend to underperform in college. So,
am I crazy that in his last 2 seasons, as an interior D lineman, he has 100 tackles? That's like a crazy amount of tackles.
Yeah.
For an interior lineman.
That is something. Especially because they had Caleb Downs last year. So it's not like he's like doing the Kenneth Grant thing where he has to run down Katron Allen. You know.
Yeah, that tackle for Kenneth Grant, that should be worth like 15 tackles.
Yes. The Commanders are on the clock. Give me Trevion Henderson. Let me get one more win here tonight. Commanders, first player taken. Running back.
They just keep showing Shedeur, but they show him from behind. Like I'm watching the most media managed person in this room right now, where they just are like, Dion is just like, don't you show him crying. I swear to God, don't show him crying. Maybe he's not.
It's insane to me that they would assume that he would be a first round pick. I just don't think he'll get a first round grade. And
yeah, it's pretty remarkable, the difference between last year and this year, where it was like every team was just falling all over itself to draft a quarterback, even teams that already had 9-figure salaries on some quarterbacks they had just signed. And now it's almost like they're afraid of it. Like, I get it that next year is going to be a stronger quarterback draft, but there's a lot of variables between then and now.
But I would have put Cam Ward behind every prospect last year except Michael Penix.
100%. Yeah. I don't think he's going to come in and light the world on fire by any stretch.
If Shedeur was in last year's class, he's the Spencer Rattler.
But so isn't this, though, the way this has then played out with no other quarterbacks getting taken? Probably no quarterbacks being taken besides Ward in this first round.
No,
isn't
Dart.
That just for
Giants go for Dart?
My bad. Dart. Okay, fine. 2. Isn't that just kind of proof, though, that unless you think Ward is like orders of magnitude better than any of these other guys, shouldn't the Titans have traded out and just like taken whatever, Milroe, somebody like
Cam Ward is orders of magnitude better as a prospect than the rest of these guys.
It's just that they're not that good.
Right. And yeah, I just like, it sort of sucks for the Titans that like this is the year they got the first overall pick. Well, but it's also good for them because Cam Ward. But it's also good for them because Cam Ward is clearly the right pick. Like, let's not forget, Peyton Manning wasn't the obvious selection over Ryan Leaf. And you have like the Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, Anthony Richardson year. This year, it's like we have the first overall pick. We need a quarterback. Cam Ward is by far the best quarterback. We're taking Cam Ward. Done. Easy.
I think it's funny that Giants fans were so pissed that Drew Lock became Jesus in the last week and a half of the season to kill them out of the number 1 spot.
Yes.
But actually in this first round, they end up with Abdul Carter and a quarterback. Anyway, they kind of end up almost in a better spot than if they had drafted number 1.
Yep, I agree.
So thank you, Drew
Commander's
Lock.
pick is it. Yeah. And Tommy Cutlet's winning those 3 games of the year before is why they took Neighbors and not Harrison.
It's Tommy DeFito, Dave.
Wow. Oh, that's brutal. Man, as a family.
You think I made that up? I did not make that up, Dave. Come on.
So, Ward is not a better prospect than Dr. Bo. See, we're college football people, so remember Dr. Bo's first 3 years, and we see him as the entire thing. But really, Dr. Bo is his last 3 years as a prospect, and his last 3 years when he's old was better than Cam Ward's last years when he was old. Bo Nix is a better prospect than Cam Ward.
What's so crazy about the initial narrative of Bo Nix is trash and needed to leave Auburn and the SEC is that I think as a true freshman, he won the Iron Bowl. But no, this guy sucks.
Yeah, so as a true freshman, they won the Iron Bowl, but that's like saying Davis Warren beat Ohio State.
Dave, you know what? Davis Warren did beat Ohio State, Dave. He did. He threw the worst interception I've ever seen, and he beat Ohio State.
The Commanders taking Josh Connerly there is a really, really, really good pick for them. Tackle out of Oregon, former 5-star guy, probably going to come in and play right away. And they just traded for Laramie Tunsil. But if Laramie Tunsil continues to just be absolutely bonkers, they're like, all right, well, bye. We got Connerly ready to go. So that's
why
good.
why am I feeling like, was he a transfer from somewhere else?
No, Connerly 3 years straight to Oregon.
Okay, was he then instead though? Was he maybe like a high on Ohio State or Penn State's list or something? I feel like I remember him.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was like the top 1 or 2 tackles in his class. I think it was him and Kelvin Banks, right?
Okay,
from that class. And he went to Oregon, so he could be from anywhere. For all we know, he's from Ohio. He might have been a Michigan, Ohio, Oregon battle. That's why his name is sticking out to us.
He was born in Seattle.
Oh, well, that helps.
Love that for him.
Buffalo, another chance for me to win a little something here. I can win on the next 3 picks. I have Buffalo wide receiver, Kansas City running back, Philadelphia tight end.
I mean, I know you were telling me about the injuries and everything, and I remember and believe that, but Buffalo's secondary, I remember one of the things about them with how elite they are is that their secondary was total trash. So I would be very surprised if it's not somebody in the secondary. And with maybe the Will Johnson knee thing is so bad that everybody's just scared out of the first round at all. But kind of feel like if that's your only real flaw, then this is not a bad risk to take.
So Trey Amos from Ole Miss, come on down.
Also very good.
Or Malik Hairston from Kentucky, from Detroit, and went to Kentucky.
There you go.
I was really mad for the longest time. I was like, how did Malik Hairston get to Kentucky from Detroit? He didn't get an offer from Michigan. Then during the pre-draft process, everybody was like, Hairston's an incredible athlete, great cover guy. Really isn't that aggressive in the run game? Doesn't really aggressively make tackles. I was like, that's why he didn't get an offer from Michigan.
Yeah, you're going to need to do that.
Yeah. And you're going to need to love it.
If Amos gets drafted in the first round, that's three Ole Misses. They must have been pretty good. They must have been in the playoff.
Yeah. I mean, they're quarterback and 2 defensive players.
Come on. How could they not be awesome? All right, Bills.
The problem is, what wide receiver would still be here that the Bills would take? Would they take Burden?
Burden's there.
But Burden seems like redundant with Khalil Shakir. And I don't think they take Higgins over Amos or Will Johnson. So I think this is a bet I'm going to lose. I'm telling you, when Kansas City takes Travion Henderson and everybody realizes the mistake they made really quick.
Correct. That's absolutely going to happen.
They're going to be like, oh, shit, we did that.
Yeah.
Because they took Clyde Edwards-Helaire the next two running backs off the board were Jonathan Taylor and DeAndre Swift.
They did do that.
Either one of those two, especially Taylor, but even DeAndre Swift on the Chiefs as a young player, would have been a real problem. So, right idea, wrong player. I think Travion Henderson for them would be the right player.
So then how do you do it with Cook and him? Aren't they kind of...
No, for the Chiefs.
Oh, for the Chiefs.
For the Chiefs.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Buffalo,
so
I
then
think, is taking a running back in the script.
You just put Pacheco out to...
Yeah, Pacheco's just... He's a 7th-round running back who's been in the league for 4 years. Like,
it's done very well.
He's one of the luckiest men on earth. Yeah. Okay, Bills, take Luther Burden. I think it's going to be Trey Amos, but take Luther Burden.
I think they need defense.
Hope nobody's ever told this Make-A-Wish kid about Scott Norwood.
Maybe not. He has some fresh sneakers.
He does. Actually, he got a good fit on. He's looking pretty sharp too.
That is a nice turtleneck. Out here getting hype.
Yeah.
It's late, man. These people are out here.
Well, it is an hour behind us in Green Bay.
It's not enough, Dave. I go to bed now at 9:30 most nights. This is foreign territory.
Is that because of the kid or because of Trump or both?
This is because of the kid.
Okay. Maxwell Hairston. Bad sign for Will Johnson.
Yeah, that's rough. He really... I guess we should have just believed all the smoke was actually fire, where he just didn't play most of the season, and then he didn't do the combine, and then he didn't do anything. Yeah. Maybe there's a problem there.
I like Maxwell Hairston representing both Kentucky and his hometown Detroit Lions with his outfit.
So if I recall from doing way too many of these Pro Football Focus mock drafts, they don't like him.
Because of it. The Chiefs have traded the pick. Sorry, Chiefs have traded the pick. The Eagles jumped up one spot.
Okay.
Who did the Eagles think Kansas City would take that they felt they needed to move up one spot to get?
That is a great question, David.
Well, for one, the Eagles... I wonder if Kansas City was about to take the tight end that the Eagles wanted. Their Kelsey future plan. And the Eagles were like, no, we want him instead. Paul was a good point. Knee problem plus doesn't run as bad for corners.
Yeah.
See also Ben Morrison from Notre Dame. Hip problem, didn't run.
To just tie a bow on the Bills one, though, Pro Football Focus really doesn't like this guy.
Oh, yeah, sorry. But that's because of his effort in the run game, right?
Probably.
Like, I bet his cover grades are really good. Here come his highlights. Let's see here. Nothing too crazy happening here. Oh, good blitz off the edge, which the other team still converted to a first down.
Love to see it. Yeah, the old strip sack, but we run it for 10 yards.
And then the Quinn Ewers horrible underthrow that he's able to make a play on. Oh, he does have some chicken legs, though. He's got some skinny legs. Okay, so I have Eagles taking a tight end in the first round, and I have them taking Mason Taylor specifically. So for the bet tight end, I mock Mason Taylor. But they don't even need anything. What's that?
He's the LSU guy.
Yes. Yeah, Jason Taylor's son.
Jason Taylor's son.
Yep. And Zach Thomas's nephew. Jason Taylor married Zach Thomas's sister.
He did. I forgot about that.
Yep. Yeah, love the Detroit kid ripping with them shades, though.
Yeah.
Oh, all the photos on the inside of the jacket.
I'd be pumped to go to the Bills. Like I know it would obviously be a bigger pay grade and like, you know, rep and everything to go like top 5 or top 10. But getting drafted and knowing you're going to a team that's going to be legit, that would be honestly more fun for a little while.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
You fall and you're like, oh, that sucks. But then you're like, wait, I get to go to a team that's like definitely going to go to the AFC Championship game again. Like that's you could do a lot worse. Also, the Knicks beat the Pistons, everyone. Not that anybody was taking their eyes for 1 second off of the off of this Eagles pick. But
what was the final score?
118 to 116. Real nail biter.
Oh, come on, Detroit. That's okay. We're gonna add Devin Booker in the offseason and be the 2 seed next year.
Love that.
We'll get Jaden Ivey back. We'll add Devin Booker.
Why stop with Booker?
One more, like
just get Durant. Just get all the Suns. None of them want to be there.
And Beal and all of them.
Yeah, whatever. I don't even think Beal knows he's on the Suns.
Booker's from Muskegon.
I did know that.
Yeah. Because he's supposed to go to Michigan because he's a 3-point shooting 5-star to play for John Beeline. And then John Calipari was like, would you like $87 trillion to be our 6th man and to be the 7th overall pick in the draft? And Devin Booker was like, yes, I would prefer that deal. And you can't blame him.
How did State not get him?
Well, my guess is that he found Tom Izzo to be off-putting. That's how I assume most people don't go to Michigan State who don't go to Michigan State. But also, I think he was like, he's clearly a stylistic fit for John Beeline. He's like ultimate Nick Stauskas. But then Calipari came in with a heavy bag, and that was that.
He's the Trey Burke of Nick Stauskases.
So, yeah, I think the future is bright for the Pistons. And I think also maybe, if they were smart about it, they could end up with Booker and Giannis and go Booker, Giannis, Cade Cunningham.
I would so much rather have
they'd lose pretty much everybody else off the team. to make it happen. But to start with Booker, Giannis, Cunningham is like your big three in the East. Like that's better than Harden, George, and Embiid.
I think the Booker with Cunningham is more redundant. I think if I had a choice there, I'd go Giannis all day. Not that you have a choice, but that would be if I could wave a magic wand.
Yeah, but Booker's not a natural point guard, right? He's a shooting guard. So I think he actually goes very well with Cade Cunningham. Like I think that we have a point guard, shooting guard, power forward / center, and you sort of build around there and sign free agents who want to come because it's exciting and fun and whatever. And that's kind of what I would look to do. But it's just like having the Pistons be relevant again.
Yeah, they turned it around.
Shout out to Don. Have fun over in Thailand, where it's like what 11:30 tomorrow morning already, something like that. Have a good morning. We'll see if we can get the Eagles to take a tight end here, or Kansas City to take a running back. Close with some even better profit. God bless Colston Loveland.
Always.
I've said that a lot in my life. Yeah. Mason Taylor, let's go. God damn it. So Jahad Campbell's a great off-ball linebacker, phenomenal prospect. He's got some injury concerns just like Will Johnson. But to have the Eagles get to add him to that defense.
Yeah, right.
Perfect risk for them to take.
I think they only watch the SEC championship game like level tape, and they just make their draft choices off of that. And they're like, that guy's pretty good. Whatever. We only watched one football game this year, but it was Bama, Georgia. And yeah.
And that's who we're taking.
Just every year. And honestly, I mean, it's worked out very well for them.
Without the injury concerns, even as an off-ball linebacker, I think he goes in the teens, similar to how Jack Campbell did to the Lions a couple years ago. So if he ends up working out for the Eagles, that's just another
right.
And he doesn't need to play right away because I think he would play a very similar position to Zach Bond. So, like, even if he can't play this year or can't be ready for training camp, but be ready for this year, it's like, okay, well, just come in and learn the system and hang out. We'll see you in 2026. Man, Howie Roseman is the man. Chiefs pick is in. Trevion Henderson, let's go. Let's have some fun with it.
In Jihad Campbell's first start at Bama, his first start, he had 14 tackles and a pick against Mississippi State.
That's pretty good.
That's who's on the bench at Alabama. Or was.
Yeah.
Oh, he's from Jersey. Going to Philly. Way to go.
Yeah, that's pretty exciting. It's exciting for him. Just as a team, as a fan of a team, I'm hoping can represent the NFC in the Super Bowl this year. I'm really not happy with the Eagles as having another absolutely stunningly awesome draft pick.
So why the trade? Did they think Kansas City was going to take him?
I think so. I think Kansas City was going to take him. And so they were like, we'll tell you what, we'll give you a fourth or a third or whatever, and you let us take him instead. Low-key good football in New Jersey. Hell yeah. Shout out Erasmus.
There it is.
Jabril Peppers.
It's not
Sean Gary.
Those dudes are good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And of course, there's.
I was just going to say where he grew up is like stone's throw from Philly. So he's very much local.
And then the And then, of course, there's the all-time greatest high school football player in the history of the state of New Jersey, Clev.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Brian Cushing. But yes, Cleve.
Liam, final pick, and then I'm sleeping. Is it a school night? Oh, it's 8:41. You're in California. Never mind. It's you're that's perfectly reasonable. Yeah, it's not almost midnight. Well, I don't know all the holidays. Like, you can tell me tomorrow's President's Day. I'm like, all right, I guess so. It's James Monroe's birthday.
How could you forget, Dave? I don't think James Monroe was awful enough for us to celebrate him in this era. I think we're really only going for the worst of the worst now.
So that's Washington, Jefferson, Andrew Jackson, Van Buren, Polk, Buchanan, Johnson. What do you think of Grover Cleveland? I think he really sucks and did a lot of really bad things, but people don't tend to have a lot of strong opinions on him.
I mean, anybody who loses an election and still is like, no, I'm going to run it back. You got to hand it to the stick-to-itiveness.
Regarding my earlier tweet about ISIS, you in fact do not have to hand it to them.
Oh, well. Glad I didn't quote tweet that one.
Yeah.
Glad I deactivated my Twitter before I could see that.
I still have an active Twitter account because so much of the fantasy football stuff is on there, but honestly, I'm on Blue Sky so much, I'll go days now without even looking at Twitter. It's great.
I have found it's not evenly distributed across sports, but I have found that football seems to be decently well represented on Blue Sky.
Hey, Kansas City took an Ohio State Buckeye.
Not the right one. Oh, the fans are not happy. Or that one fan. Maybe
the
not.
Browns are on the clock.
Sample.
I wonder who the first pick tomorrow is going to be with the Browns on the clock and Shador on the board.
I mean, it sounds like you're making a prediction, Dave.
I am making a prediction. And also, I think that's my last possible win. Browns to take Shador Sanders. I got 6-1. So
I think you should gobble that up, because I think it's honestly Shador versus the field, unless they feel very strongly about. I do not know why they would, but unless they felt very strongly about Milroe or Will Howard or someone else.
Tyler Shuck.
You just love saying that name. There's no way he's going to be the next quarterback taken.
He will go at pick 40 to the Saints.
This Riley Leonard erasure will not stand, Dave.
Who?
You know who that is.
Yeah, he's the quarterback from Duke who disappeared for a year and now is in the draft.
I'm not convinced that Riley Leonard and Will Howard aren't the same person.
I am one to win a championship. All right. Sorry, Paul. Catch your strays.
Great.
Thank you, everybody who joined us here for the entire round one of the draft. This is always like one of the biggest, best shows every single year. Totally insane. If you haven't yet, please hit the like button, all that. Share the stream with people. Let them go back, watch it back. I'll be chopping up into TikToks next week and everything. Ben, thank you so much for joining tonight. Made it so much better, so much more enjoyable. Open invitation already for next year. So
thanks a lot, Dave. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I've always felt it was just like really cool that I get to get all my football news from one of my best friends, and just the fact to get to do this was fun. I was going to be watching anyway, so you got to hear all my stupid comments and have that be part of the show. So hope it was worth it.
Well, good. It was good, and obviously Cleve thought it was good as well. So for everybody else, Scott and I will be back next week on Wednesday reviewing the draft. Last year we did our 3 favorite and 3 worst, NFC one week, AFC the next week. We'll probably do that same structure again. Ben, any final words?
No, again, just appreciate y'all staying up this late. Even the West Coast folks, it's still almost late out there. The Jets didn't rip my soul out. So you know what? I'm going to just chalk it up to a good draft. It can go a lot worse when you're a Jets fan watching the draft, especially when you're on camera doing it. I haven't done that before. But yeah, man, it's a great time. I'm always down to talk football or anything. So just appreciate y'all bringing me in.
Absolutely. No, it was absolutely fantastic. So everybody, we will see you guys on Wednesday next week. Peace.